The perfect marriage or the gateway to initiation. On WEOR, with the secret to awaken the Kundalini and get hidden powers. 2nd edition, 1950. Preface. We are in the age of the idolatry of the golden calf. How much you have, how much you are worth, everything superficial. Once it has shine has great value. A man's shine and value is given by the money he has and the generosity to spend it. A great lord is the one who gives everything to those who need nothing or who has the means to reciprocate the favor. Fashion makes the gentleman and the lady. Why gifts? For what virtues? Socially, that has no value. The distinction of man is given to him by the gold he produces and accumulates, the refined taste with which he scorns the humble and mortifies the orphan of vile metal. Knowledge is measured by outdated preconceptions, and the so-called criterion is nothing more than a storehouse of old, insubstantial theories that their possessor, by repeating them, appropriates and defends with the cruelest stubbornness. If they do not act in this way, it is said that it goes against their criteria. It is the ballast they possess that raises them to the steep heights of the intellect. We can already see the intellectuals alarmed by reading so much that is inexplicable to them, labeling us with the most derogatory adjectives at times and at other times of coarse caliber, looking like bookworms for authors who have written something against what we assert here, for them to take their side, to have the same opinion and to refute with book in hand, our audacity. We will say to you, intellectual brothers, that the intellect is already out of fashion. Now comes Aquarius, the age of intuition. Therefore you will have to earn your daily bread with the sweat of your brow. You have already proven to satiety that the intellect only confuses its possessor and leads him to the strangest extravagances, to the worst vices and to the lowest moral degradation, and to reach such steep peaks it is not necessary to read and reread so much. Any usurer who earns good money can do the same. Liquor, pleasures, brothels, orgies and fornication. This is where the thieves of phrases end up. We also seem to see the lizards and vermin of lunch shops and cafes, ready to ridicule our work, making wild and malicious assumptions. But we do not care about the reason for the unreason of these lizards. We must do something for the poor orphan, suffering humanity. Everyone who takes a heartfelt interest in it will receive his reward, and the mortification that this interest implies is well worth it. Great profits are derived from pain, wear and tear, and desolation from pleasure. They can prepare the columns of their newspapers to flatter the stupidity of social parasites, and increase their proselytes. Ridicule does not disconcert us. We know that they do it because we speak a language that they do not understand, nor are they even interested in understanding. It is that they lack in their conscience a point of support to compare and deduce, and by not being able to present substantial and proper reasons that justify the attack, they will make fools of those who have the courage to confront a vicious and disoriented civilization, because we go against their most cherished ideals, because we do not accommodate ourselves to the concupiscent criteria of the civilized people of the 20th century taken today to the most refined degradation. We are not interested in the disdain of university horses with their accommodating and productive knowledge, who will only know how to chew over this book with our grammatical and orthographic licenses, and will not know how to look for the deep meaning it contains or the truths it reveals precisely because of the impasse caused by our licenses. For us, the important thing about words is that they tell the truth, teach and guide. But sadly, our scholars measure the knowledge of the writer not by the teaching of his word, but by the way he writes the word. Every word has and gives its meaning, and the latter is an ornament that changes over time according to the whim of the fashion designers of the word. Therefore we leave the spelling mistakes as fodder for intellectuals. The world wants only those of the world, the worldly, its materialistic peers. And when man turns away from it and follows the path of the Spirit, he only reaps hatred, resentment and contempt among those who were once his. The world does not want to deal with those who turn away from it. That is why they treat true spiritualists as crazy, deluded and foolish. And Christ was put to death with humiliation. Christ did not die on gold crosses adorned with diamonds, emeralds and rubies, but on 2 trunks and humble, heavy and hard logs. Christ is not carried on the chest, nor is he to be hung on mud walls as an ornament, but is carried within the heart, so that he may be our Lord and illuminate the path of love, the narrow path that leads to light. Christ did not humble himself before the pomp and vanity of the world, nor did he bend his knees before Caiaphas. Theosophists, etc., will not be alarmed, because we Gnostics do not accept material classrooms, academies, liminars, lodges, temples of bricks, cement or mud, nor do we charge fees, nor do we dictate correspondence courses in the style of Amorque in California, because we have as our temple the cathedral of the soul where love officiates as a priest. WEOR does not sign his profane name precisely because he does not want money from anyone, nor does he desire titles, honors or entertainment of any kind, nor does he form material classrooms because he knows that within the classroom there is the fee, gossip, deceit and trickery. Through this book he prepares the disciple to become skilled in the astral, to go out consciously, to bring back memories, to attend the Holy Gnostic Church and to learn in minutes what he could hardly understand in years through his reason and memory on the physical plane. If this is so, why have classrooms? For what fees? For what lodge owners? The sincere and worthy will find the way, their desire will become reality. On April 27, 1950, Mr. Israel Rojas R. was degraded by the Venerable White Lodge in the presence of the Solar Logos, precisely for capitalizing and profiting from the teachings that were entrusted to him, for receiving fees and donations, for having commercial classrooms. All this resulted in his expulsion from the White Lodge, an act that took place on the night of May 6, 1950 in the presence of the Sacred Tribunal, with the approval of the entire Chelado. No one degrades, it is oneself who degrades. Your movement does not count today with the support of the Venerable White Lodge. To make light and spread divine knowledge, there is no need to charge money. It is not to be put up for public auction, gentlemen merchants of souls, because the punishment will be your harvest. All the masters of these cages have to make an inventory to know the moral and spiritual progress of their affiliated followers. The liberal Catholic Church is the work of Theosophy. In it they say Mass, pray, marry, baptize and take communion, something similar to the Roman Church, but very poorly imitated. It lacks Latin, which is the mantric language of the Castilian language, so it is neither Catholic nor liberal. Spiritualism leads to madness and degeneration. The medium is a passive entity, easy prey for the lower entities that swarm in the lower vibrations of the astral plane. Mediumship discerns and the listeners are just witnessing a phenomenon, a spectacle. What good does it do for a person to move a table, a light bulb, or jump an object? Will he become better with it than he is? Theosophy is against human personality. Personality is the body of divinity, the channel through which life flows, the garment of the innermost, of the eternal God. The impersonal man becomes a negative entity, a plaything of circumstances. What is needed, my Theosophist brothers, is to cleanse and purify the personality, so that it may be the living expression of divinity, so that it may express itself through form. The man without personality is a being without character, without courage, without value. He has little advantage over the eunuch. The Catholic Church was originally Gnostic Catholic, but then there was a separation from the Gnostics because Gnosticism administers all its sacraments free of charge. Its active members at that time were persecuted and exterminated in the physical world. Now we are going out again to spread its teachings. Rome was then called Amor when Peter founded the Gnostic Catholic Church, but over time the name of the city and the motives of the church were reversed. The Gnostics were tortured and persecuted, but the Gnostic Church was not liquidated because it is led by Christ. To the Protestant, Baptist, Adventist, Presbyterian, etc. brothers, we will say that it is not enough to be Puritans. One must study the profound mysteries of sex and practice scientific chastity. The truth is not found in the dead letter, one must seek it within what it contains, within what it implies. To read the Bible and obtain the knowledge it contains, to unravel its content, one must be initiated. This sublime book is very holy, it contains great revelations and cannot be understood without having studied occult science, because it is a jewel of occult science. The initiate is a priest who officiates within the cathedral of the soul that resides there. Within, in the depths of his own heart, the current education of children leads to the false mirror of intellectualism, damaging their best mental faculties from childhood, making them negative for divine perception, hardening their brain and heart and imprisoning their own divinity more and more. The intellect, as Luciferian as it is, gives life to the Satan that we carry within, to the inner beast, thus clouding our divinity, the Promethean God, chaining him more and more to the terrible rock of matter. For this reason Christ did not look for intellectuals to teach them his doctrine, but humble fishermen and farmers who had not had their brains damaged by the foolishness of the intellect. Today's teenagers pollute the water that they will drink tomorrow. The child, by instinct and intuition, loves play, music, singing, sunlight, parents, siblings, and fellow human beings, and as food, fruits, grains, water, and the open air. But this natural inclination of the child will soon be controlled by false materialistic education. Then, like a rudderless sailboat, he sails fearfully and indecisively into the depths of his infinity, clinging tightly to the planks of his boat, shouting from there, "Save yourself if you can." He loses love for play, for his parents, for his fellow human beings, for his God, and without faith, he indifferently shakes off all that he accumulated as a consequence of his false education, in the middle of the ocean of his incomprehension, so that others, like him, can carry it again. Life is bitter for those who do not know how to navigate it. In order for man to recover his lost faculties, it is essential that future education covers these three indispensable points: constructive play, healthy meditation, and simple art or craft. Through constructive play, teach them letters, numbers, singing, and love for God and their fellow men. All this as a game. Through healthy meditation, teach them to seek divine wisdom in the great cosmic book of the universal mind through inner meditation, and through simple art, a job according to their aptitudes, so that they can distract themselves, serve their fellow men, and contribute to improving the conditions of each one. Grant them a small piece of land suitable for cultivation, and in it they can establish their refuge and obtain sustenance for their family. Many will think that this is returning to primitive life, but we will answer them that the end is the same as the beginning plus the experience of the cycle. In addition, pain, like death, levels men, makes them equal. The education of women has to be different from that of men because the brain of women physically weighs 2 ounces less than that of men, proven by official science. If this is in the physical, what will it be in the mental body, which the materialist who until yesterday only knew about cockroaches and above cannot realize? Until now they are realizing that matter is condensed energy. Now they are changing from materialists to energists, but even so they still dislike hearing us talk, even though on the side of nuclear energy they are already getting closer to spiritualism. The education that they are giving to girls, similar to that of men, has been exclusively for the purpose of making them fit for work and earning money, putting them to work and producing like any man. The woman who was born for love, for music, for singing, for art, and to be the eternal companion of man, the authentic representation of the great Mother Nature, is being criminally damaged, and for this reason we see at every moment that many schoolgirls are becoming victims of nervous and cerebral illnesses, epilepsy, hysteria, neurasthenia, melancholy, unidentifiable ailments, and many other illnesses that lead them to insanity. All this has been done with the deliberate purpose of exploiting women. This is as infamous as white slavery. Women must be cultivated in their noblest feelings, awakened in them the sacred fire of love, and prepared for the sublime greatness of motherhood. The biblical sentence is clear when Jehovah said to man, "You will work with the sweat of your brow to support your wife and your children," and to woman, You will bear your children in pain. Jehovah did not say that intellectual theories had to be put into the head of woman, nor that she had to work. Woman is only made for the sublime priesthood of love. The man must be educated in his will, the woman in her imagination, because power lies in the union of the will and the imagination in vibrant harmony. These two poles are the foundation of a divine humanity. Current education has made women cunning and superficial, and those who live comfortably, proud and vain. Today's woman does not admire the man but the position he occupies in the social conglomerate. For men, women are the path that leads them to their own divinity. That is why many of them, while living the first years of their youth, are all about love, music, joy, celebration because they await the arrival of their love. That divine region of their soul blossoms in them and, intoxicated, they give themselves over to false love, to counter love, to passion. After passion and unbridled pleasure comes tiredness, boredom, and dissatisfaction is the harvest of their entire being. There is no material flattery that can get them out of their dissatisfaction, and the more flattery they are surrounded with, the more indifferent they are to those who destroyed the love that, by divine law, lies in the depths of their heart. The Gnostic classroom is daily life. Spiritualists in the classroom are spiritualists while they are inside the classroom. Outside of it they are like any other mortal, something similar to what ladies do when they are in and out of Mass. Every act of our daily life must confirm the triumph of the spirit. Initiation is not a question of posing. Initiation is life itself. There the triumph of the spirit over matter is achieved. The method adopted by Amorc of California is very comfortable and productive, where with $1.75 American gold you can earn initiations according to the possibilities of the interested party. These teachings have their basis or are based on the dark mysteries of Atlantis. The Atlantean continent perished submerged due to a series of cataclysms caused by volcanic eruptions. Black magic came to reign on that continent and that is why it perished. On one of the highest peaks of the chain of islands that form the Azores and that belongs to the disappeared continent, there is a dark temple. In Astral, this mountain is known by the name of the Peak. At that time, this remote dark monastery was reached by a journey of 7 days, which was mostly ascending the mountain. Each day involved a journey and on the 7th one arrived at the altar of Mathra, where the Lord of Darkness called Orharpa was worshipped. From there comes the lost word of the Rosicrucians of Amorc, which they pronounced thus, Mazra. The Atlanteans were poetically called children of the mist, because the Earth's atmosphere was then in the middle of the mist and the myth of the Nibelungs calls them children of the mist. From this dark sanctuary, all the rituals and teachings that are now pompously sold in luxurious and suggestive books were transplanted to North America by means of AMORC. Its laboratories have been used to give life to numerous inventions that cause death and desolation. The guardian of the threshold, which is the very root of our animal self, the white magician must defeat it to have dominion over the flesh and then beautify it through chastity and love so that it becomes a child or similar to a beautiful child and can enter the kingdom of heaven. The black magician worships it and calls it guardian of conscience and bases his power on it when it becomes a horrible monster. The white magician bases his power on his innermost and worships it as his lord. We wish to make an essential clarification regarding the flying saucers that are discussed in this work and that, as is to be expected, will cause enormous curiosity among readers. We inform you that they are flying ships in the form of spheres from other planets and that their crew will be the new instructors of Aquarius on our planet. These invasions have already happened many times in the life of our planet. So these invasions are very old and our antediluvian ancestors were accustomed to them. The age of Aquarius will be a luminous era for our planet and the new instructors will come to us in the flesh. We do not accept polemics nor are we interested in the opinion of those who do not share these teachings. This is what Christ, who is the patriarch of the Holy Gnostic Church, ordered us to do. So each one will have to drink from the honey or gall that his heart distills. This book was dictated by the masters of the White Brotherhood to enlighten those who are prepared, for those who do not associate with the evil of the world. This book is for the humble and virtuous, for those capable of living a Christian life, for those who yearn for light and truth. The worst enemies of this work will be our spiritualist brothers who have vested interests, and to defend their business and their position as avatars. Like a nest of vipers they will rise and unite for the attack. We know that Christ was not crucified by materialists but by the spiritualists of his time, the rabbis of the synagogues, the priests of the tribe of Levi. Caiaphas the high priest cried out to Pilate, "Crucifixion! Crucifixion! Crucifixion!" Garga Kuichin, Julio Medina v. Prologue. This is an undeserved honor that has been granted to me by my very esteemed brother and guide of the multitudes, AUN WEOR, simple as none other, without earthly ambitions, all love wherever he is touched. Sacrifice is his main spiritual nourishment, and his immense love for his intimate God makes him stand out among the multitudes as a convinced devotee who wishes to serve humanity and give his life for it if he had the immense good fortune to lead him to sacrifice. AUN WEOR, his hidden name means wool of God in occult science. This name belongs to the great universal word, beyond the diversity of languages. With this name he appears signing the present work and modestly says that his current name is just an incident, and for this reason he is not interested in appearing with his first name. March 6, 1917, the son of an aristocratic family, he was educated in the cloisters of the Colegio de San Bartolomé in Bogotá, run by Jesuit fathers. He never uses his personal name because he says that he is only interested in his eternal name. He lives detached from his physical family. He broke with them because they did not fit the dictates of his heart, and since then he dedicated himself to a rather nomadic life, humble to the point of being unspeakable but full of tenderness. He has a heart that is all goodness, rather like a child. At the age of 12 he left the Catholic school because he became disillusioned with religion, and, in his search for the truth, he went through all kinds of itmos. He became a spiritualist, and 2 years later, when he was only 16 years old, he became disillusioned with spiritualism. Then he went through theosophy and came out of there, too, disillusioned. He continued with his thirst for knowledge and sought out the Rosicrucian brothers, and also left the classroom that operated in Bogotá, disillusioned by so many itmos and so many theories. Tired of so many scoldings, quotas and splints, he chose to study himself and did not waste a single moment of his life on it until the day came when he could say, like Goethe, "I have rediscovered myself." He fully realized that he had been an Egyptian hierophant in the times of the dynasty of Pharaoh Khafra, and then he woke up on the very altar of initiation. That is the beginning of his life of sacrifice for humanity. This work, which he calls The Perfect Marriage, or The Gateway to Initiation, is to be read carefully, without any prejudice, but rather placing oneself in neutral territory in order to try to be more exact in every assessment, experimenting detail by detail and turning the body into a true laboratory. Most spiritualists have heard so many beauties about the awakening of consciousness and the path that leads to initiation, that they come to long for these two conditions with all their might, but generally the longing turns into disappointment because the expected teaching fades away like a vain thing. However, reading this work, the reader realizes perfectly that this awakening corresponds to being conscious in the astral, bringing back the memory of everything learned and being taught in that vast field that is outside the time-distance relationship, and that by being interested in the keys that this work provides, it points out the path that leads to initiation in a simple and disconcerting way. It goes from Genesis to the Apocalypse, stripping away symbolism with wise and clear words. It leads the disciple eager for light to the immense source of knowledge, to initiate him into the path of light where he will become an adept of the divine Rabbi of Galilee and in possession of the path that leads to the eternal Father through the purest Christianity. We really learn and understand only with the marvelous power of our own experience, the lived reality, the deed carried out by ourselves. So denying what we do not know is childish and insipid. So, my dear reader, when doubts torment you with respect to what this book teaches, I invite you to prove it, to carry out that experience in your own being. Carry it out in yourself, but do not commit the foolishness of denying it by using what others have told you, because those are not your experiences but someone else's, and what is foreign does not belong to us. Other people's ideas are like clothes made for other bodies. All teaching must be made evident in the marvelous field of our own experience, and thus we make it our own. Almost all the prefaces are filled with praise for both the author and his work. I do not understand praise, nor does the author of this work tolerate it, nor can I criticize what is superior to my understanding and my achievements. Therefore I leave it entirely to each reader to value or despise the knowledge contained in this work according to his understanding and achievements. I limit myself to presenting WEOR's personality, without frills or vanities, but simply as he is, a big heart, a fervent lover of humanity. Also rebellious to all rules, isthmuses and intellectualisms, and haughty with the powerful and magnates. This work opens the new Aquarian era, which begins exactly on February 4, 1962 at 2 in the afternoon, starting with an eclipse of the Sun and Moon. This moment will be critical for the planet Earth, but it will not have catastrophic consequences. The Earth will have to pass between large planetary masses dispersed in space. The publicity of this work was discussed in the Gnostic Church, and a brother of ours who witnessed the scene was able to see and recall the exact memory. It is nothing less than the clarity of this work, the way it draws back the veil of the great initiatic secrets, and the venerable Master Count Hume, K.H., stated that the work should be more veiled, but the Venerable Master Moria, Master of the Force, agreed with the way it was written and said, "This is how they need it there." Many will understand the value of this revelation, others will mock, but this clarification must be made since it has the support of the Great White Lodge. The first edition was made without plates, engravings, in short, without any decoration, because the White Lodge was very eager to have it published immediately, and the deadline barely allowed the necessary time for printing arrangements. So, dear reader, this work will be the fundamental basis of the new culture. It deals with nothing less than the return of humanity to the inner worlds. Until now, very few are those who follow the path of the intimate, of their own internal power, where all powers and all knowledge lie. Man has rather given himself up to searching with his external senses, to perceive what comes from outside, and to use as a support or point of comparison his great or little ignorance. He resorts to his inner depth, or, if we could say, to the bag where he keeps his few experiences and compares with it, thus trying to find the truth, without realizing that the senses do not show us the object itself, but an image of it, as we see it through a mirror, which does not show us the object but an image of it, and the things we see through our external senses have the same coloring as our own personality, because man sees things according to the virtues or vices of his heart. Virtue is of internal harvest, it exalts man and puts him on the path of great achievements. Vice is the flattery of the senses, and man in the 20th century has given free rein to his senses, bringing error, despair, boredom and disillusionment as a consequence. And what has he made of woman, his eternal companion? The most beautiful creature in the field of matter? Love made into form? The heart within reach of our hands? He has taken her as a place of pleasure. He has prostituted the only means of elevation towards the august heights of love and understanding. The materialistic man lives confused and makes mistakes without realizing the damage his mistake causes. Hence he respects the lady's dress more than the lady herself, because he knows that the dress has a value, a cost, and represents a more or less valuable expenditure in the field of vested interests, and, according to its value, he respects her. But if the lady is presented to him naked, without any dress, he immediately feels entitled to disrespect her. Appetite-seeking, passionate, he is insignificant before the immense power of his Satan, who subjugates and debases him. To end this prologue, nothing is more apparent than the famous words of the magician Jeffa in his work Powers, or the book that deifies, which are a hymn to women. Woman is the divine art that does not imitate, but explains divinity with symbols. Woman is the highest beauty of God. Love manifests her, desire kills her. Woman is the most beautiful thought of the Absolute, which must be captured by intelligence and not seen by the eyes. Woman is the law of beauty, and the law must be obeyed and not broken. Woman is the religion of nature, whose morality must be felt and not stammered in words. God is a mysterious word, and woman is its meaning. Man as a brain, like a dynamo, creates strength. Woman as a heart produces love. Strength kills, love resurrects. To return to God on a clear path of peace, avoiding the feverish conflict. Woman is the only way. July Maydeen. Introduction. A few years ago, a mysterious character arrived in these Colombian lands. Mr. Israel Rojas R. raised his finger, saying that the mysterious being was the great avatar of Aquarius, the venerable master of wisdom Kaut Humi, son of the Khan King of Mongolia. It was said that that mysterious being was the Grand Delegate of Agartha, Grand Delegate of the Order of the Swan in Europe, Great Enlightened Buddhate in India, Doctor of Divinity, Head of the Knights Templar of the East and West in Paris, Head of the Spiritual University of Dagerling, India, Member of the main scientific societies of the world, etc. That is to say, that mysterious being, according to Mr. Rojas, was an authentic master of the White Lodge, a well of wisdom and omniscience. That mysterious character said his name was His Highness Prince Omar Sherenzi Lind. And Sherenzi gave some lectures in various cities of Colombia. But behold, like a torrent that sweeps away everything in its path, so it happened with Sherenzi and his doctrine. But soon disagreements and personal fights arose between Israel Rojas and Sherenzi. There were pamphlets from side to side fighting each other, the two spiritualist leaders labeling each other with the most degrading and dirty adjectives. I was still very young and did nothing but observe and remain silent, because my vehicles were not yet ready to express myself through them, and I was content only to watch the bulls from the fence. But I am still ashamed when I remember certain meetings of Rosicrucians which I did not care a jot about. Everyone talked, everyone murmured, everyone let loose their tongues terribly, to sweep away the honor and dignity of both Sherenzi and Rojas. There was no respect for the honor or the private life of anyone. There they only thought about talking and talking, everyone like crazy, without remembering at all the terrible responsibility of the word. Those spiritualists from Colombia seemed like prisoners of a strange madness. It was a vociferousness of parrots talking right and left. They talked about everything that came into their heads, without taking into account at all the karmic responsibility of language. I only limited myself to listening because I was ashamed to take part in that kind of personal defamation. While some claimed that Sherenzi was the authentic KH, others said that this was not the case. Theosophists, for their part, claimed that Sherenzi was a Cuban swindler. No one's honor was respected there. Finally, the puzzle of spiritualists from Colombia left, leaving behind the foundation of the Spiritual University of Colombia, with its luminaires centers and its sanctums of meditation. All the attacks against Sherenzi were of an absolutely personal nature. His honor and dignity were spoken of, he was called a swindler, a thief, etc., but no one in Colombia, absolutely no one, was capable of fighting him doctrinally, because in Colombia there were no elements properly prepared to fight Sherenzi doctrinally. The Colombian spiritualist was totally blind, and his leaders were only blind guides of the blind, beings full of pride and vanity, authoritarian and despotic elements. There were no deep elements in the mind, truly capable of fighting him doctrinally. There were only ignorant and stupid people, incapable of making an analysis of the doctrine that was presented to them, and they opted for personal attacks and foul language to disguise their ignorance. Because it is a tremendous truth, that he who is not capable of giving reasons kicks. I then became convinced that theories did not lead man anywhere and that the schools of spiritualists that existed in Colombia at that time were only cages of parrots that would lead me nowhere. Disillusioned with these schools of know-it-alls, I retired into silence and meditation, and devoted myself fully to the development of my own inner powers in order to acquire direct knowledge and free myself from so many theories and so many authoritarian insults. And, at the end of many and terrible efforts, I had the good fortune, the immense good fortune, to awaken on the altar of initiation. It was then that I came to realize exactly that I, WEOR, did not need those schools at all, because I had passed through all the minor mysteries in past reincarnations, and in Egypt during the dynasty of Pharaoh Khafra, I had reached the degree of Hierophant of the minor mysteries. I realized that there was a need to open the holy doors of the Gnostic Church to all of humanity. But I also had to show the danger to humanity. I understood that I had to teach poor, suffering humanity to awaken the Kundalini, but I also had to show humanity all the dangers of black magic. I realized that Sherenzi is a terrible black magician, that the doctrine he preaches is the doctrine of black magic. He was able to found his spiritual university in Colombia because the poor Colombian spiritualists were totally blind. I immediately realized that I had to write a book to help my brothers in Colombia and humanity, a book that would allow every human being to find initiation in his own home. Free from authoritarianism, confusing theories, quotas and scoldings from pseudo-sages who from all lodges and classrooms torment their students. I realized that Sherenziism had to be fought to give light to humanity, and with this book I certainly refute Sherenzi's doctrine. I do not attack Sherenzi personally, what I attack is his disastrous doctrine. I personally have nothing to do with Sherenzi, and I am not interested in knowing his private or public life. What I attack is his doctrine, or the one he teaches, and by attacking his doctrine, I do so in an illustrative way for humanity, leading it towards the light, so it can see the abyss and avoid falling into it. Thus, if I give humanity the secret of Kundalini, I must also show it the danger. I am absolutely convinced that he who teaches white magic must also show humanity the danger of black magic and how to avoid falling into it. Israel Rojas did a great harm to Colombia by presenting Sherenzi as the authentic master of wisdom KH. He should have examined Sherenzi internally before presenting him as such. It costs a simple chala no work to extract the intimate of a person through the central system, and observe it, to extract the animal self or Satan and examine it, and extract the astral and observe it. If Rojas had done this with Sherenzi, such a serious error would have been avoided. Mr. Rojas could have done this because he is a brother of the 5th initiation of minor mysteries. As an initiate of the 9th initiation of minors, I know that this is so. Thus, dear reader, in this book I teach humanity the path to all conquests and the key to all powers, but I also show it the abyss so that it does not fall into it. This book is solidly based on my clairvoyant observations and has been authorized by the Masters of the White Lodge from whom I have received these teachings. I owe everything to the Masters. Yes, my dear reader, what I write here for the good of humanity, I owe everything to the Masters. I, WEOR, am only a mediator between humanity and the White Lodge, and the teachings that I give to humanity I have received from the White Lodge. It is the first time in the history of our life that a book with this kind of teachings has been written. But the time has come when these teachings should be given, and it has been my turn to give this knowledge to humanity because the age of Aquarius is approaching. So whoever wants to awaken the Kundalini and unite with the innermost, let him study this book and live it. I got tired of scolding and lectures in the lodges, and I achieved nothing with that. The Catholic priests insulted me a lot, and I gained nothing from their admonitions, which only darkened and filled with tears the beautiful years of my childhood. Theosophists called me a black magician when, tired of so many theories, lectures and authoritarianism, I asked them to teach me how to awaken my inner powers. Krishnamurti seduced me with his teachings, because I felt that he was taking me out of all those cages. But in practice I realized that his teachings made me a negative entity, full of denials and more denials that led me nowhere. I practiced yoga until exhaustion, and the yoga practices only managed to weaken my body and damage my health. At last, tired of everything, the light came to me, and I realized that the redemption of man lies exclusively in the sexual act. At last I came to realize that only the secret teachings of the divine Redeemer of the world, enclosed in the august sanctuary of the Holy Gnostic Church, were the only ones that could console my aching heart. Christ is the light of the world, and that is why he said, "He who believes in me will never walk in darkness," and I believed in Christ, and the light came to me. The Holy Gnostic Church is the faithful depository of all the secret teachings of the Master. And she was the only one who could satisfy my yearning for light, and in this book that I offer today to suffering humanity, I give the keys of initiation to all beings, without distinction of sex, race, caste and color. And thus, all human beings will be able to reach the altar of initiation, far from so many authoritarianisms, quotas, lectures and scoldings. For there is no better school than the sacred sanctuary of the home, nor a better priest than love. After putting a million theories in my head, I came to the conclusion that I had wasted my time miserably, because initiation is not a matter of theories or authoritarianism, or reading books. Initiation is only a matter of getting the most out of the marrow and the semen, and the only way to do this is to intensely love the woman, the wife. There is no other way to salvation than to unite with the intimate, and to achieve this, the beloved woman is the only remedy. The important thing is to awaken the Kundalini, because salvation is in the Kundalini. Thus, in this book I give the secret to awaken the Kundalini and unite with the intimate. In this book I give the human being the secret of love and of paradise. I advise the reader not to read any more books, because with this one book alone he has enough to reach high initiation and achieve supreme happiness. One must be practical. Theories only harm man's inner powers and brain. The intellect is luciferic and demonic and causes great harm to man. Therefore, whoever fully devotes himself to the practices of this book, I, on WEOR, assure him that he will become an omnipotent God. I swear it. Chapter 1 Degree Love. Love is the summum of wisdom. Love is the life that beats in every atom as it beats in every sun. Love cannot be defined, because if it is defined it becomes disfigured. Love is felt deep in the heart, like an intimate and delicious experience, like ineffable music, like an intoxicating, indefinable and mystical nectar. A handkerchief, a portrait of the loved one, a letter, exalts our spirit and makes us commune with the ineffable music of the spheres. Love is a fifth element of nature in the process of evolution. The day will come when this fifth element of nature will transform the face of the earth and manifest itself materially as earth, air, water and fire. Then we will be able to create objects of love, and although this concept of the author may seem like a fantasy to many, the occult mystic knows that this is so. The four elements of nature, earth, water, air and fire, have had to go through a long process of evolution and transformation over centuries and eons. Love is currently undergoing this same process of millennial evolution. This fifth element of nature was brought to our planet by the divine Rabbi of Galilee, back in the ancient times of ancient Palestine. Love is, therefore, the Christic force that animates all creation and that beautifies life. Love dignifies homes and nourishes them with its sacred force. A marriage that is entered into without love, and for reasons of personal interest alone, is an insult to life. A sarcasm, an irony that leads nowhere. Such marriages inevitably fail, and they fail because they have no basis to sustain themselves. There is a difference between love and passion. Love is pure and holy. Passion is a morbid manifestation of sexuality, an aberration of the human beast. Love is absolutely selfless. He who loves feels capable of sacrificing himself for the loved one. I do not agree with the phrases of the black magician Omar Sharenzi. Lind says that unrequited love is not love, but a whim, a syncope of repressed sexuality and nothing more. This is not so. Christ, the divine rabbi of Galilee, loved all of humanity even though humanity did not reciprocate his love. He loved his worst enemies and said, Lord, Lord, forgive them for they know not what they do. There are many beings who love without being reciprocated in love and yet they love. And in the high initiation one must go as far as kissing the executioner's whip. The home is an altar where the woman officiates. Modern man has prostituted woman with his fornication and his depraved passionate instincts. The modern home has been degenerated by fornication. In ancient times, the sexual act was carried out when one wanted to conceive a child, and this was done as a sacrifice on the altar of marriage, to provide a body for some soul that wanted to come into the world. Today, passionate fornication has taken over homes and human beings have become worse than animals. They have turned the most sacred act through which man is a creator God into a vice. And so homes are becoming filled with illness and misery, all due to the lack of sexual education that we should have received from the very benches of school. It happens that many men marry out of pure carnal passion, and after a certain time, naturally, boredom and fatigue set in. Love moves away, or rather, it does not need to move away, because it was not there, that ineffable light did not shine there. I say rather that what moves away is that appearance of love, with which the desire for coitus is disguised. The coitus-loving man moves away from there, already satisfied and disillusioned. New passionate illusions smile at him in the street, and the castle of that false matrimonial home collapses like a house of cards. Do not confuse man in love, love with passion. Take a good look at whether your beloved belongs to you in spirit. Take a good look at whether you are capable of loving her with all the purity of a mystic, with all the exaltation of a Francis of Assisi, or with all the poetry of a true poet. The home is sacred, do not profane it with the repugnant vice of sexual intercourse. The home is holy. Let us follow the example of the Holy Family, Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. Let us adorn our homes with the picture of the Holy Family and let it become a constant source of inspiration, as a living symbol of the perfect matrimony. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary symbolize the holy home. Let us sanctify homes by imitating the example of the Holy Family. Mary was a priestess of Solomon's temple, who had taken a vow of chastity from a very young age, and Joseph was a priest initiated into the great Hebrew mysteries, completely pure and holy. It happened that at that time Christ needed to come into the world to redeem humanity with his redeeming blood, and then Jehovah, who is the one who directs reproduction through the positive ray of the moon, sent an angel called Gabriel to warn Mary about the mission of mother that corresponded to her. This act was thus carried out without carnal passion, like a sacrifice on the altar of marriage, only once and nothing more. This sacrifice was carried out under the auspices of the angel Gabriel, and Mary's husband was also chosen by Jehovah, because Joseph was the purest man. It happens that when two beings are united during the sexual act, the seers can observe a light that surrounds them both, and it is the most divine light in the universe. The most subtle forces of the cosmos come to serve as a medium for the creation of a new being. That is why at that moment man is a god, because he can create a new being and breathe life into it. But if love is displaced by passion, that divine light withdraws and a reddish, bloody light enters that home, full of parasites invisible to the naked eye but perfectly perceptible to the clairvoyant's sight. The home is clouded by these sinister forces of evil, and as a consequence, ruin, illness, hunger, fatigue and boredom come. Joseph and Mary only had sexual intercourse to conceive a child, once in their lives and nothing more. Sexual intercourse should only be performed when one wants to have a child, and it is like a rare sacrifice on the altar of marriage. Why do homes fall apart? Because of fornication. Why is there misery in homes? Because of fornication. But it happens that when things go wrong in the home, the woman and the man blame everything. They find causes everywhere, but they do not think about the real cause. They do not want to realize that their atmosphere is filthy because of fornication. In a pure and chaste home, in a place sanctified by holiness, there is no misery, no displeasure, no fatigue. In a chaste home there is only harmony, music and love. There, only the joy of loving. There, the sublime flowers of the garden of love. There, the ermine fingers that play the delightful piano. There, the games of children and the infinite kiss of lips so pure that they only know how to pray. Chapter 2 Degrees. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush was burning with fire, but the bush was not consumed. Chapter 3, verse 2, of Exodus. The burning flame within the bush of Oreb is the human spirit. The human spirit is the real and true man, the man of fire, our real self, that Ruach Elohim who according to Moses worked the waters at the beginning of the world. The magician who triumphed over the serpent, our divine deity, burning in our central nervous system. The saint of Revelation continues saying in the Apocalypse, verse 12, And I turned to see the voice that spoke with me, and when I had turned I saw 7 lampstands, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment reaching down to the feet. Verse 14. And his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were like a flame of fire. Verse 15. And his feet were like fine brass, burning like a furnace, and his voice was like the sound of many waters. Verse 16. And he held in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in its strength. Verse 17. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as if dead. And he laid his right hand upon me, and said unto me, Fear not, I am the first and the last. Verse 18. And I who live, and was dead, and behold, am alive forever and ever, Amen, have the keys of hell and death. The Son of Man that the saint of Revelation speaks to us about is our divine spirit, which we will call in this work the innermost, and the 7 candlesticks are 7 sons that we have in our soul. The intimate is the Father in us and the soul is our Christos, while our body is the devil in us. Our soul has a beautiful astral body and we call it an astral body because it has the brightness and light of the stars. This astral is our mediator, and only through this astral do we reach our Father, that is, our intimate. We have a soul and we are a spirit. Our 7 candlesticks are 7 powers that we have in the astral body. They are 7 powers that only the intimate must light. And he lights them with the sacred fire of our kundalini, with the sacred fire of chastity. The saint of Revelation is right when he says that his eyes were like flames of fire. Well, the intimate is pure fire. And the saint of Revelation tells us that his hair and head were white, to make us understand that the intimate is chaste, pure fire. Yes, the intimate is made of the same aroma of fire. It is fire in essence, holy fire. It is the flame burning in the bush of Oreb, that is to say in our nervous system, spinal brain. That system is the rudder from which he controls his body. That spinal column is his scepter. The spinal column is the staff of Brahma, the staff of the patriarchs, the rod of Aaron, the magic rod of the magicians. The 7 stars are the 7 planets that govern the 7 suns of our astral organism. Each of these suns is related to an internal secretion gland of our organism. These 7 glands are all related to our spinal column. These 7 glands are the 7 churches of the Apocalypse. And the sharp 2-edged sword of which the saint of Revelation speaks to us is the sacred fire, that redeems us when we have purified ourselves through chastity. It is the sword of justice that only the interior angel, that is, our innermost, must handle, because no one but he has the right to handle it. This fire is called Kundalini. The Kundalini is the fiery serpent of our magical powers. It is the 2-edged sword that the being similar to the Son of Man had on his lips. The Kundalini, the fiery serpent, is coiled around the 33 vertebrae of the spinal column, in the medulla, in the so-called sacral plexus. When the intimate awakens its kundalini, this, similar to a fiery sword, breaks the membranous bag in which it has been enclosed and rises up the spinal column along a channel, called the Susumna channel, until it reaches the head. Then the 7 candelabras of our 7 churches are lit and we unite with the intimate. Later in the following chapters we will deal extensively with the Kundalini. For now we only propose to speak in this chapter about the intimate, that is, about the human spirit. There are people who say that there are evil spirits. That is not true. The spirit is that being similar to the Son of Man who resides in us, and therefore there cannot be evil spirits. What there are evil souls, demonic souls, but the innermost of anyone can never be evil. The innermost is the real man, everything else is an addition. Before everything existed, the innermost existed, and after everything has ceased to exist, the innermost will continue to exist. He is the first and the last. He is the one who lives forever and ever. Amen. He is God within us. That is why St. Paul tells us, remember that our bodies are the temple of the living God, and that the Most High dwells in us. When the spirit, that is, the intimate, did not have a soul, it was totally innocent. It did not know good or evil, but it also had no right to be part of the cosmic hierarchies. Because the intimate that does not have a soul, does not have the right to be part of the cosmic hierarchies. To be master of the cosmos you need to possess a diamond soul, and to possess a diamond soul you must come to the world to suffer and enjoy, to battle and to know good and evil, joy and pain. The soul has no other salvation than to fuse with the innermost, to become a diamond soul and become immortal. The soul that gives itself over to fornication disintegrates. And that is why the Apocalypse exclaims in chapter 21, its part will be in the lake burning with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. For the soul there is no other salvation than to unite with the innermost and thus become the diamond soul, the bird soul, the swallow soul that the Egyptians speak to us about in the Book of the Dead. And thus we will be able to exclaim with the Apocalypse, he who overcomes I will make a pillar of the temple of my God, and he shall not go out again. Thus we become kings and priests of the universe and not poor sinners, as the Catholic Church tells us. Thus we will be filled with eternal happiness and we will gain the joy of living happily in the unchanging innermost. For the white magician, the soul and the spirit are a pair of lovers. Solomon is the intimate and the beautiful Shulamite is the soul. Yes, beloved reader, these are the loves of Solomon with the beautiful Shulamite. He adores her, he dresses her to be, and he marries her in the high initiation. That is the eternal marriage. The great wedding, the greatest wedding party of our life. The union of the soul with its eternal husband, with the only love that never disappoints us. That is the most solemn party of our life. The fusion of the soul with its spirit. But here the soul is presented with 2 paths, that of life and that of death, and it is precisely about these 2 paths, about which we are going to deal in the next chapter. Chapter 3, The Great Battle. In Jeremiah, chapter 21, verse 8, we read, Behold, I set before you 2 ways, the way of life and the way of death. Man can take advantage of woman to redeem himself or to sink into the darkness where there is crying and gnashing of teeth. Since the dawn of life there has been a great battle between the powers of light and the powers of darkness. This great battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness, between the gods of twilight and the terrible lords of the dark caverns, is the struggle between good and evil. This struggle takes place in our planetary atmosphere, in that brilliant essence that pulsates in the air and mixes with the air we breathe, but without being confused with the air. This essence is also material and is called the astral light, and it is precisely from this material essence that the astral body of our soul is made. The astral light is the repository of all the past, present and future forms of nature. It is the azo and magnesia of the ancient alchemists, the flying dragon of Medea, the Inri of the Christians, the tarot of the Bohemians. It is a fire released from the sun's halo and fixed on Earth by the force of gravity and the weight of the atmosphere. The sun attracts and repels it. It attracts planetary mass behind it when inhaled by the sun and repels planetary mass when exhaled by the sun, this being the cause of planetary repulsion. It is Archimedes' lever. Give me a fulcrum and I will move the universe, said Archimedes. The astral light is the secret of all powers and the key to all empires. It has two poles, one positive and one negative. The positive is the bronze serpent that healed the Israelites in the desert, and the negative is the tempting serpent of Eden. The positive is the light, the negative is the darkness where only crying and gnashing of teeth can be heard. In the light dwell the brothers of love, in the darkness dwell the souls that have strayed along the terrible paths of evil. In the light dwell the children of God, in the darkness the children of shadows. Our earth is ruled by Christ and Yahweh, who live in eternal struggle. Yahweh is that terribly perverse demon who tempted Christ on the mountain and tempted him and said, Ida Babo, I will hand over all these kingdoms of the world if you kneel down and worship me. And Christ said to him, Satan, Satan, it is written, you shall not tempt the Lord your God and you shall obey only him. Yahweh is the head of the Black Brotherhood and Christ is the head of the White Brotherhood. The powers of light and the powers of darkness are in eternal struggle. Christ has his plans. Yahweh also has his. Half of humanity goes with Christ, the other half with Yahweh. All these good and bad beings live in the astral atmosphere of our planet. All of them have astral bodies. The souls of the dead also live there. The astral body is an organism that has its physiology, its biology and its sensory perception centers. The astral body is a material body, which also needs to eat related foods for its preservation. The dead also eat, they also need to nourish their astral bodies. The astral body of man is feminine. It has its feminine and ultra-sensitive physiology and biology. The astral body of woman is masculine. The astral body of woman is male. The astral world is a completely material world. We breathe the astral light and it penetrates our air without confusion. Every white soul has a twin soul that antagonizes it and is its opposite pole. There is love and there is counter-love. Love is represented by Anal, the angel of love, and counter-love is represented by Lilith. Anal is a blonde angel in a white robe. Her face is rosy like the dawn. Anal is the angel of homes, the angel of music and beauty. Anal handles the positive ray of Venus. Her opposite soul, Lilith, handles the Furies, brings disappointments to homes. Lilith, Anal's soulmate, is a terribly perverse child. Her bleached hair and her black and blue tunic speak of her demonic nature. Lilith wields the negative ray of Lucifer Venus. Traditions tell us that Iamblichus, the great theurgist, made these two geniuses emerge from a fountain before the astonished multitudes. Love and counter-love, Eros and Anteros. Every human being has a soulmate who is their opposite pole. That is the greatest secret of love. That is the secret of soulmates. Every human being has a star under which he evolves and progresses. In that same star his soulmate, his opposite soul, also evolves. And every step that the luminous soul takes in the light, his dark soul also takes in the shadows. Each star has two rays, one is positive and the other is negative. Mars has as its head of positive ray a beautiful and handsome angel, the divine Elohim. Gabor and as head of his negative and destructive ray the terrible demon Andromeda, who is now incarnated in China. The moon has as its chief the divine Jehovah and as its chief of the negative ray the horrible demon Chavajoth. Jehovah, through the positive ray of the moon, directs sexuality in its purest and most holy form. Chavajoth, its soulmate, directs animal passion, fornication, in its most depraved form. He cultivates his mysteries in a dark cavern and is now incarnated in Germany in the 20th century. He passes himself off as a war veteran and works for Yahweh. He has a red tunic and turban. He is of malignant beauty. In this way, all the planets in space have two poles, one positive and one negative. Man suffers because he has not polarized himself with the positive forces of the stars. Man is evil and therefore he is polarized with the negative and destructive forces of the stars, and that is why he suffers, cries and groans. But when humanity makes flesh and blood the doctrine of the Savior of the world and the whole world resolves to follow the example of Christ, then we will have polarized ourselves with the positive forces of the stars, and there will be happiness on the face of the earth. The negative rays of the stars are terribly evil. Let us polarize ourselves with the positive rays, let us follow Christ and not Yahweh, and happiness will be ours. In the astral there are temples of light and temples of darkness, and where the light shines brightest, it is also where the darkness shines thickest. In Spain, in Catalonia, there is a wonderful temple in the state of Genas. In that wonderful temple is kept the Holy Grail, the holy chalice from which Christ drank at the Last Supper. That chalice is filled with royal blood, yes, filled with the blood of the Redeemer of the world, which Joseph of Arimathea collected at the foot of the cross. That chalice is made of silver and not gold, as many neophytes think. That sacred monastery is inhabited by the brothers of the White Brotherhood. They are the faithful custodians of the Holy Grail. There was a time when that chalice and that temple were in the physical world, but the masters of the White Lodge made them invisible. How? Simply put, they passed them to the astral world. This is called putting a body or bodies in the state of Genas. The body can be taken out of the physical region and placed within the astral region, without losing its physical characteristics. It remains subject to the laws of the astral plane and protected by those laws. The indigenous tribes of America are skilled in this. This is called by the indigenous people enchantment, and thus there are lakes, temples, lands, and enchanted mountains. The Indian priests kept their temples and most important sacred objects in this way. They placed their sacred objects within the fourth dimension, and in this way they protected them from the profanation of the civilized Spaniards who destroyed and finished off everything they found in their path. But in Spain there could not be missing a temple of darkness to antagonize the Holy Grail. This temple of darkness is located in Salamanca, Spain. I am talking about the Hall of Witchcraft. This hall is one of the many halls of the Dark Knights of the Black Grail. Let us look at this curious analogy of opposites. The Temple of Montserrat, Spain, is a splendid monastery. The Temple of Salamanca is a splendid building. The Temple of Montserrat has 2 floors. The building of Salamanca also has 2 floors. The Temple of Montserrat has beautiful and sweet gardens. The gloomy building of Salamanca also has its beautiful gardens. The analogy of opposites reigns throughout the universe. Both buildings are splendid. Both buildings speak of good, truth, and justice. Both buildings are dominated by order and culture. Both buildings speak of holiness and love. This will astonish the reader, and he will say, how is it possible that in a dark temple of evil, people speak of love, holiness, and respect? But beloved reader, do not be disconcerted. Black magicians are wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. For black magicians, everything that belongs to black magic, to Yahweh, to darkness, to evil, is good and holy. And for the black magicians, everything that belongs to Christ and to the light is evil and perverse. They say that white magicians are white devils and that Christ and the Virgin Mary are evil people. That is why in the dark temples of these misguided children of evil, Christ and the Virgin can never be mentioned. If the occult researcher penetrates with his astral body into the witchcraft hall, he will find a beautiful and elegant spiral staircase that will lead him to the sacred place of the enclosure. There you will see an elegant living room with all the splendid luxury of the 18th century, soft carpets, rock crystal mirrors, and in the middle of that splendid luxury and those 18th century style furniture, the famous round table with the witchcraft rug. There you will also see some elegant gentlemen typing on a typewriter. These are the lords of the Black Grail, wolves dressed in sheep's clothing, enemies of God's plan, evil and corrupt beings, who only speak of holiness and love and thus mislead thousands of unwary souls. The governor of that elegant hall of witchcraft is Don Ramon Rubafero, a dark gentleman, who has already been brought to the level of a demon. However, his manners are those of an elegant and respectful gentleman, dignified and neat. Each of these dark lords keeps a rigorous record of some human activity. All of them are extremely busy working on the great plan of Yahweh. They are all enemies of the divine Redeemer of the world. They are enemies of human evolution. Tuesdays and Saturdays at midnight are the preferred days for their meetings. They celebrate their parties and dances with elegance and respect, thus leading thousands of unwary souls astray along the dark paths of evil. Thousands of people in the astral body gather there, people of all ages and social positions, commonly called witches, disciples of black magicians, daughters of evil, lost along dark paths. They pay principal devotion to a black magician called Maria de la Altina, commonly called Santa Maria. They carry the physical body by the Gina's procedure. They put their body in the Gina's state, that is, they take it out of the chemical region with the help of Santa Maria, and in that way they transport their body through space. The white magician also knows how to travel in the astral body to move to the Holy Christian Church, called the Gnostic Church, or to any of the holy temples of mysteries, or simply to investigate the supersensible worlds. And following the analogy of opposites, he also knows how to carry his body and put it in the state of Gina's, but not with the help of any black magician or any demon, but with the help of that Ruach Elohim who, according to Moses, worked the waters at the beginning of the world. With that being similar to the Son of Man, of which the Apocalypse speaks to us, that is to say, with the help of the intimate. There is an atom in the Turkish chair that allows the innermost to put his body in the state of Gina's. I, on WEOR, the ancient hierophant of the Egyptian mysteries, teach my disciples to travel in the astral body and to transport themselves in the physical body through space when I am preparing them for initiation. The body remains submerged within the astral plane and subject to the laws of that plane, without losing its physiological characteristics. The brain remains in a passive state and the cerebellum enters into the most intense activity. Of course, what I am saying in this work will cause laughter among skeptics, but that does not interest us. The only thing that matters to us occultists is initiation. Materialistic skeptics are totally ignorant beings. We look upon them with pity and forgive them because ignorance is bold. They are proud of their poor inventions and we laugh piously at their little toys. We do not despise them because contempt is too great for them. We feel compassion. In the astral worlds, the researcher finds halls of light and darkness, hospitals of light and darkness, temples of light and darkness. He who sees the elegant hall of Yahweh and visits it in the astral body will be dazzled by luxury and joy. There he will meet thousands of black magicians of extraordinary beauty, with exquisite and delightful music, with elegant halls never seen before and with wealth and splendor never known before. The inexperienced soul who penetrates there will become lost and will adore Yahweh. That is why the eyes of the disciple must be opened when he is being prepared for initiation. Black magicians also have their symbol. They respect and venerate the copper pot. If the cross is sacred to Christians, the copper pot is also sacred to black magicians. The white magician worships the inner self, he worships his inner God, the flame of Oreb that burns in his heart. The black magician worships his Satan, that is, his animal self whose mantra is Satan. This animal self is a kind of inferior astral, a terribly evil creature that feeds on our disordered passions and appetites. When the magician leaves the material body to move to the astral, this creature remains within the body or wanders through the lower regions of the astral world. It feeds on passions and therefore its shape and size depend on the kind of passions with which we feed it. In a saint this creature will have the appearance of a child and in an evil person, the appearance of a terribly deformed monster. The black magician strengthens his Satan and bases his power on him. The black magician does not want man to rise to the angelic state. Omar Sharenzi Lind, a terrible black magician, founder of the Spiritual University of Columbia, exclaims the following: "It is better to be a good man than a bad angel." Black magicians love the human state and hate the angelic state. They are enemies of cosmic evolution. Angels are perfect men, and man will have to become perfect man through the blood of the Redeemer of the world, but that is what black magicians do not like. The white magician loves chastity, and the black magician loves coitus and presents it as the most natural thing, as the only thing that can make a human being happy. Sherenzi praises coitus in his work entitled Kundalini, or the fiery serpent of our magical powers. This work is a solemn apology for coitus. The Gnostic Church by Crum Heller, and The Kundalini, or Fiery Serpent of Our Magical Powers by Omar Sherenzi Lind. They are the two antipodes of Kundalini. Crum Heller's work is a work of white magic. Sherenzi's work is a work of black magic. There are two sexual magics to awaken the Kundalini: the sexual magic of white magicians based on chastity, and the sexual magic of black magicians based on fornication. White magicians awaken the Kundalini positively, black magicians awaken it negatively. The white magician raises his seminal energy upwards, from the sexual glands to the coccyx, and from there upwards to the larynx, and from there to the head, then descending again to the heart, forming a perfect 8. The black magician, according to the teachings of Omar Sherenzi Lind, gives his disciples a secret. He makes his semen rise from the sexual glands through the thorax upwards to the head, to then descend from there downwards, through the spinal column, until reaching the center of the Kundalini, awakening it and making it flow downwards to awaken the lower centers of animality and convert the soul into a demon, that is, into the seven-headed beast of the apocalypse. There are 13 white initiations and 13 black initiations. Christ is the highest initiate of the white magicians of our planet, and Yahweh is the highest black initiate of our planet. Beelzebub is a demon of the 13th black initiation. To reach the level of Beelzebub, one must descend 13 steps. Beelzebub has been evolving on the black path since the time of Saturn. Black magicians manipulate the mind wonderfully, and that is what black magician Sherenzi specializes in. Sherenzi is precisely the opposite pole of Master K.H. Kaut Humi. Sherenzi is the black K.H. Sherenzi cultivates his dark mysteries in a cavern. Sherenzi's animal self, or Satan, appears before the clairvoyant in a terrifyingly monstrous form. Sherenzi's soul wears a blue robe from the infrared range and belongs to the Dark Temple of Anagarika. Sherenzi has an intimate who does not wear any symbol of having ever received white initiation, because even the robe of his intimate barely reaches his knees. However, his disciples firmly believe that this demon is a master of the White Lodge. He already has small demon horns in the astral. Ernesto Lamy, one of the highest dignitaries of the Sherenzi school in Colombia, died insane and paralyzed. He awakened the Kundalini in reverse, and that was the consequence. Sherenzi and all black magicians attach great importance to the cerebrospinal fluid, which is the negative pole of our creative energy, which is used to build the brain and the larynx. But they are not interested in preserving the positive pole, that is, our semen, because they need it to fornicate incessantly. Angels are hermaphrodites. They have both poles of their creative energy upwards, towards the head. Men and demons have one pole upwards and one pole downwards. They are half beings, they are incomplete. Angels are hermaphrodites and are intimately linked to the innermost. The white magician aspires to become an angel, and for this reason is pure and chaste. The black magician aspires to be an Anagarika. The Anagarika temple is a temple of black magic located in the astral. It is a terrible demonic temple. That temple appears before the trained clairvoyant with a floor of black and white tiles, pink walls, and black magicians meditating with their legs crossed, the left over the right by the calves and the arms arched over the hips, the position of the so-called saints. Anagarikas. These terrible demons are the Anagarikas, who are supposedly already in tune with the cosmic forces, according to the Cherensis. These black souls will one day disintegrate in the darkness, where only crying and gnashing of teeth can be heard, and their innermosts will have to return to the Absolute without their soul, dejected and failed. On the other hand, the innermost of the white magicians enters the absolute triumphant and victorious with his diamond soul to enjoy eternal happiness. The innermost of the black magicians has to return on a new cosmic day to form a new soul. Yes, to obtain a new soul, because the one they had was lost, it disintegrated. That is the second death of which the Apocalypse speaks to us. The Earth has two moons, the white moon and the black moon. The black moon is a small satellite of our planet Earth, which, when seen through a telescope, is the size of a small lentil. The disciplined magician who knows how to handle himself in the astral body can go there and can then observe that the black moon is divided into two halves, one of light and one of darkness. The black moon contains the most depraved souls of our planet, beings who are already a hindrance to our planetary evolution. These beings have had to be removed from our globe by the great lords of destiny, because they have already become a very serious obstacle to our evolution. In the zone of light we find a town inhabited by people of flesh and blood. This is a town of terribly criminal and sadistic beings, evil beings, but who still offer the possibility of salvation. In the zone of darkness live the most depraved black magicians that the human mind can imagine, beings who are totally hostile to the plan of cosmic evolution and the White Lodge, by doctrine and by religious conviction. These beings no longer have any possibility of redemption. The two areas are separated by a large gate, a gigantic building of terribly evil beauty. There are the gatekeepers who guard the region of darkness. They wear red robes and turbans and they attack terribly the white magician who dares to enter. There, they launch the full weight of their attack against the white magician's sexual organs, because they know very well that there lies all the magician's power. In the region of darkness is the summum supreme sanctuary of the black magicians of that satellite. This sanctuary, in the sight of the clairvoyant acting in his astral, appears as something terribly evil. A large courtyard, which is the courtyard of the priests, a vestibule and a dark sanctum. In the courtyard of the priests, the great hierarchs of darkness can be seen, with their tunics of brown or black and white, and on their turbans a horizontal line with many transversal lines, like a cross with many transversal lines, an unmistakable sign of the black magicians, signs that they carry drawn on their hoods or turbans. In the vestibule of the dark temple, the clairvoyant can see some black flowers and some paintings depicting scenes of the lords of darkness. Inside the dark sanctuary, we can see an altar, and at the foot of the altar, the famous copper cauldron where some children of darkness appear in flames. They are punished by their superiors and are there for some bad deed they have committed. That bad deed could have been a work of charity or some good thought, or something related to the light that they so hate. For them everything good is evil and perverse, and whoever dares to do something good there in the darkness is stripped of his robe and thrown into the copper cauldron of fire. The victim must endure this punishment patiently, until these dark lords decide to lift the punishment. This black moon is causing terrible damage to the earth with its radiation. All the criminal sadism of our time is due to the terrible radiation of this satellite. This is an eighth sphere. There we see souls totally separated from the innermost, completely lost and in a state of disintegration. These souls have to go through the second death of which the Apocalypse speaks to us. Souls that move away from their innermost disintegrate. For the soul there is no other salvation than to follow the path that the divine Redeemer of humanity showed us, to unite with the innermost and make ourselves immortal. There is also a black sun, which is the opposite of the white sun and is made of astral matter. This dark sun is the seat of terrible and evil beings. The black diamond is influenced by this dark sun. Orharpa established the cult of the dark sun in Atlantis, and that was the cause of the universal flood and the sinking of Atlantis. In the heart of that sun dwell beings of a terribly disconcerting malignancy. Beings so monstrous that we can never imagine them. A terrible abyss leads to the heart of the sun. The black magician Omar Sharenzi Lind hides all these things from his disciples so that his naive disciples continue to firmly believe that he is the authentic reincarnation of the master of wisdom Kaut, Humi. To Omar Sherenzi, Lin does not like his disciples to learn to travel in the astral body, nor to develop voluntary clairvoyance, because he knows very well that then his identity would be discovered and his doctrine would fall to the ground. He, as a starting point, begins by drawing a thick veil over his disciples, in order to protect himself. He begins by ridiculing the development of man's occult powers. He mocks the initiates and calls them mad and deluded. He mocks the clairvoyants and ridicules them with pompous and accommodating phraseology. In a word, he closes the doors to the inner world so that they will not discover him, and then after he has closed all the doors to them, he shows them one and only one door to enter the inner world that he has closed to them. That only door is the awakening of the Kundalini through intercourse, beautifully sung by romantic and saccharine literature. And when the disciple has already awakened the Kundalini through the process of intercourse, then of course, and this is perfectly logical, the doors of the inner worlds open for the disciple and he enters the astral already transformed into a demon, already transformed into the seven-headed beast of the apocalypse, already transformed into a horrible black magician. Sherenzi says, defending coitus and fornication, that he, as a doctor, has done autopsies on many corpses and that he has never found the Kundalini dissected in any coitus. But I ask Mr. Sherenzi, can one dissect the Kundalini? With this, what Mr. Sherenzi achieves is to prove once again his bad faith, because the Kundalini is an igneous fire of an absolutely spiritual nature and therefore cannot be found by any scalpel. If, as he says in his work, the Kundalini, the sexual chakras generate dual hormones, conservative and vitalizing, and if the vitalizing ones become conservative and vice versa, why not save them both, if both are the basis of life? Why do they want some to be used up in coitus and others to be preserved by increment, if both are transmuted into each other and therefore in essence both are the same? Why should we waste hormones, Mr. Sherenzi? We Gnostics know how to manage our hormones, and we take care of them because we know that they are the basis of life. We do not waste them, Mr. Sherenzi, we take care of them like gold. And we know how to manage our sexual glands scientifically. The black magicians of the Arauca Plains in Colombia practice the sexual magic of Sherenzi. They gather in salons to fornicate, and they focus all their passionate eroticism on the Kundalini. They make the current of vitalizing hormones that escape from the sexual glands by increment rise, from the aforementioned glands to the thorax, and from there to the head, then from the latter downwards, through the spinal column until it reaches the Kundalini which finally awakens downwards, converting man into the seven-headed monster of which the apocalypse speaks to us, into a terrible and monstrous black magician. This is how things suit Sherenzi. He blocks all the paths to the inner worlds with ironic and pompous phraseology, and only allows them entry when they are already demons, who of course will remain under his service in the astral worlds. This is how Ernesto Lamy entered the Venerable Anagarika Hamsa instructor at the Spiritual University of Colombia, founded by Sherenzi. Ernesto Lamy died crazy and demented. That is the path that Sherenzi offers to his disciples. That is the result of black magic. Sherenzi teaches how to develop the Kundalini in reverse, through fornication, and in the 10th lesson he says that his disciples can already transform water into wine. But which of Sherenzi's disciples has managed to transform water into wine? Which of them has been able to perform in Colombia the miracle that the divine Rabbi of Galilee performed at the wedding in Cana? To perform the miracle that Christ performed at the wedding in Cana, one needs to possess the Christic force, and Sherenzi and all the black magicians hate the Christic force. The Christic force is the wine of light, it is the sexual force, it is the semen, which we Gnostics take care of, because we know that in this wine of light lies the redemption of man. We Gnostics know that semen is crystallized sun, flexible, malleable glass, Christ in a liquid state. We cherish that Christonic force with which the divine Rabbi of Galilee performed miracles and wonders in ancient Palestine. But Sherenzi, justifying fornication, says, sexual force alone is really harmful because it dulls the mental faculties and exhausts the reserves of vital energy. No black magician likes the Christic force, that is, the sexual force, except to fornicate and give free rein to his disordered appetites. If the occult researcher, armed with his clairvoyant powers, enters the house of Yahweh situated in the astral, he will be very well received by this demon, who has the appearance of an elegant gentleman, very decent and a formidable intellectual. The first thing that this demon will begin to speak about is against the Christic force, and he is therefore totally the enemy of the Christic force. Naturally, it is not surprising that Sherenzi tries to mislead his disciples by speaking against the Christic force, that is, against the sexual force. Sherenzi disguises himself wonderfully, and adapts to his disciples by making them believe that he is a white magician, and they, being blind and deaf to the inner worlds, which he has conveniently hidden from them, believe him and obey him in everything. Every white magician is chaste. Christ is chaste, and the entire white brotherhood is chaste. Don't be fooled, dear reader. No coital person is a master of the White Lodge. Beware of black magicians, they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Sherenzi claims that vitalizing and preserving hormones are the basis of life, and then contradicts himself in the most stupid way by speaking against the sexual force. How is such a monstrosity possible? Sherenzi is simply trying to defend coitus and wage war against the Christ force, just as Yahweh, his God, his Lord whom he obeys, does. If sexual power were to dull the senses and exhaust the reserves of vital energy, then the great saints and the great masters of the White Lodge, who are absolutely chaste, would be weak and feeble beings. But quite the contrary, neither Christ nor the masters of the White Lodge have ever been weak or feeble. Christ healed the wounded and cured the sick and raised the dead. Christ could do wonders of this kind because he belongs to the order of Melchizedek. The members of this order are absolutely chaste and perfect hermaphrodites. They have both the masculine and feminine poles of their sexual energy upwards, towards the head, just like the angels and like the first men who existed in the world. Paradise humanity was hermaphrodite and future humanity will be hermaphrodite again. The end is always the same as the beginning, plus the experience of the cycle. A divine hermaphrodite creates with the word. The members of the White Lodge are hermaphrodites. The members of the Black Lodge have one pole of their sexual energy upwards like angels and another downwards like men. In minerals, sexual energy is expressed as electricity and magnetism, and has its own modus operandi in that kingdom. In plants, sexual energy is expressed in another way, through its pistils and systyles. In animals, there are periods of heat when the animal seeks sexual activity to reproduce. In man, the sexual act depends on his will. And in the angel, sexuality is expressed in a creative way through the word. The sexual organ of the angel is the larynx. The angel has both his sexual poles pointing upwards, and therefore he creates without the need for cooperation with any opposite sex. He is a creator by himself. He has risen to the bliss of feeling all the joys of love without carnal contact, and so he creates with the power of the word, because he is male and female at the same time. If a man wants to become an angel, he must organize his sexual powers like an angel, otherwise it is impossible. But Sherenzi is not interested in angels. He cynically says that it is better to be a good man than a bad angel. For Sherenzi, angels are bad. Sexual power is life, it is the power of powers. We see a paralytic who cannot move, a decrepit old man. Many times it is enough to put them in contact with a woman for them to be filled with life and for their ailments to disappear. The Bible teaches us the way to all conquests with that commandment that is written on the tablets of the law, and that says, "Do not fornicate," but it does not mean that we must abandon our sexual organs, but that we must learn to manage our sexual energy. To achieve initiation, which is the greatest thing we can achieve in life. We will talk about this later in the chapter that deals with the perfect marriage. It happens that at the end of each planetary period, humanity is divided into two halves, one that follows the white path, and the other that follows the black path. And there is a small minority that are neither white nor black, but simply laggards. At the end of the Saturnian era, humanity was divided between the powers of light and the powers of darkness. Beelzebub, the black magician of the 13th initiation, is from that era. He has been able to pass through the small cosmic nights, but he will not pass through the great cosmic night. This terribly monstrous being is totally lost. He has the appearance of a giant, all hairy like a gorilla. His mouth is like a mule's, his nose like a horse's, his eyes like a bull's, his hands and feet enormous and disproportionate. He wears a small black magician's cape, and for the black magicians he is a god. He has the Kundalini awakened negatively, the same as Shirenzi, and he plays with the mind in a marvelous way. The author, using his clairvoyant faculties, conferred with the innermost of that demon. I urged him to do something for his soul. I cannot, he answered me. I have done much, and he does not obey me, and so, afflicted, he walked away from the researcher. That intimate wears a tunic, and is tall and thin, with large dark circles under his eyes, an aquiline nose, and gigantic and ugly hands and feet. That intimate, when the cosmic night arrives, called the Great Night, will have to enter the Absolute without his soul, because his soul will disintegrate in the 8th sphere, in the outer darkness where only crying and gnashing of teeth can be heard. At the end of the solar era, the human wave also became bipolarized into two tendencies, one positive and one negative. Christ is the greatest white initiate of the solar era, and Yahweh is the greatest black initiate of the solar era. At the end of the lunar era, the same thing happened. Humanity was divided between angels and Lucifers. Lucifers are demons, black magicians, and not latecomers, as Max Heindel and Steiner maintain. These initiates have lacked philosophical consciousness. Being a philosopher is one thing and having philosophical consciousness is another. Being a philosopher can be any good reader, but having philosophical consciousness is another thing. Philosophical consciousness is a function of the inner self and not of the intellect. To observe the supersensible, one must have philosophical consciousness. Lucifer's man would have risen to the angelic realm long ago, without losing his paradisiacal condition. The angels themselves would have given him self-independence. For this, there would have been no need for Lucifers, as Heindel and Steiner wrongly maintain. The clairvoyant who observes Lucifer, the chief of the Lucifers, will be able to see a terrible and malignant character with a gigantic head and formidable intellect. He is terribly covetous and destructive. He is a black magician, a criminal, he stimulates intellect and wars, and he is an enemy of the cosmic plan due to religious conviction. On the white moon live beings who are really latecomers and not black magicians, but simply latecomers. On the black moon, the enemies of the cosmic plan, the earthling stragglers, live on the side of the moon that we never see. And the most depraved black magicians live on the black moon. The stragglers live on the white moon. They are vulgar people, too ignorant and uneducated. They love sewing, and they are not bad, but backward. So we must not confuse the stragglers with the black magicians. Life always becomes bipolar at the end of each great cosmic period, and that was what Master Steiner and our dear brother Max Heindel failed to know. Theosophist and Rosicrucian writers have much abused the word laggard. Quote, in our earthly period the human wave has already been bipolar since the time of Atlantis. But evil only gives strength to good. If it were not for darkness, we would not aspire to light. Virtue becomes strong through temptation. And even the highest gods are always in danger of falling. Only when we have freed ourselves from the laws of nature and have entered the Absolute, have we gained true eternal happiness, because the Absolute is our true home. The great battle that the Bible tells us about is the great battle of Gog and Magog, which will take place when Yahweh comes, who will be born in Palestine. At that time, it will be definitively known who follows Yahweh and who follows Christ. That is the final battle that the Bible tells us about. That is the prophet that the Jews are waiting for. They follow Yahweh, and Yahweh called them my beloved people. Chapter 4 Degrees the 7 churches. As we have already said, our astral body has 7 suns, corresponding to 7 important glands in our organism, and this is precisely what we are going to study in this chapter. Our astral body is in intimate contact with the great sympathetic nervous system. That is the rudder, the lever from which the soul controls its body. Thus, the central brain spinal system is the seat of the innermost, and the secondary system is the seat of our soul. Let us now enter into the study of the 7 churches, in the light of that book that neither Catholics nor Protestants have been able to understand, and which is called the Apocalypse. John to the 7 churches that are in Asia, that is to say to the 7 magnetic centers of our organism, thanks to you, and peace from him who is and who will be and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne. The throne of the intimate is the body, and the 7 spirits are divine hierarchs that govern the 7 magnetic centers of our marvelous organism. Verses 5, 6 and 7 practically refer to the fall of man, to his departure from the paradisiacal state, to the loss of his power, which is as if it were a death that can very well be symbolized by the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. But in the end, man will decide to follow the path of holiness and chastity, and then he will unite or fuse with his innermost and become the diamond soul of the innermost. This is symbolized for the resurrection of the Lord. Truly, dear reader, in the high initiation, man disincarnates because he unites with the innermost. Golgotha corresponds to the initiation. And explaining verse 20, the Apocalypse clearly says, "The mystery of the 7 stars which I saw in my right hand and the 7 golden lampstands. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches." Here, without a doubt, the Apocalypse tries to explain in detail our 7 centers or chakras of our organism in a clear and precise way. To understand the Apocalypse, one needs to be initiated. The 7 churches are Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. There are 7 chakras of our astral organism. Each of these chakras is a church, and each church is connected with the innermost by means of the astral light. The purer and more chaste a name is, the more light it has. The second chapter deals with the Apocalypse of the 4 inferior churches of our organism, and they are the fundamental or basic, the splenic, the umbilical, and the cardiac. And in the third chapter it speaks of the 3 superior ones, the laryngeal, the frontal, and the coronary. From the 1st to the 7th verse, the Apocalypse deals with the pelvic, spinal or coccygeal plexus. This is the church of Ephesus. This is the creative center of man. This is the Kundalini, or fiery serpent of our magical powers. This is the flaming sword of the cherub that guards paradise. Sherenzi, in his work of black magic entitled Kundalini or Fiery Serpent of Our Magical Powers, praises fornication and practically declares himself an enemy of the teachings of the Holy Bible. Sherenzi praises what the Bible condemns. He says, Eve ate the forbidden fruit, giving herself over to sexual indifference, that is, to the fornication that the Bible condemns so much, and proceeding to join Adam. This implies that it was through sexual means. Here Sherenzi uses sexual means as a synonym for coitus or passionate fornication. The magnificent miracle of overcoming took place, since, according to the Bible, both Eve and Adam became God through this same transcendental act. Here Sherenzi wants to say that through fornication, man becomes a god. That is, here Sherenzi insists on the doctrine of black magicians, that is, on developing the Kundalini negatively through lust in order to become a god, a black god, yes, dear reader, a Beelzebub, a monstrous beast. The Bible refutes Sherenzi with the following sentences, "And the Lord God made a commandment unto the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die." Chapter 2, verse 17. That is to say, Jehovah is against fornication, and Sherenzi and all the black magicians are in favor of fornication, since that distant past. Precisely if it had not been for this false concept that these demons have of sexuality, man would not have needed to leave his paradisiacal state. Fornication is the fundamental basis of black magic. The cunning of these demons, and their desire to make proselytes for death, has not rested from paradise to our days. In the serpent lies the redemption of man, but we must be on guard against the wiles of the serpent. Let us not forget that the serpent is a symbol of our sexual organs, and that it can turn us into angels or demons. We must contemplate the tree of paradise, we must contemplate its fruit, we must admire it with divine ecstasy, but not eat it because, as Jehovah said, if you eat of that fruit you will die. There are two sexual magics to awaken the Kundalini, one that obeys Jehovah, and the other that obeys Lucifer. They are two sexualities, one that creates for life, the other creates for death. One is white magic, the other is black magic. Chastity turns us into gods, fornication turns us into demons. The Sethians worshipped the great light, and said that the sun in its emanations forms a nest in us and constitutes the serpent. The sexual serpent, as we have already said, is our Kundalini. The Nazarenes said, "You will all be gods if you leave Egypt and cross the Red Sea." They had as a sacred object a chalice in which they took the semen of Benjamin, and the sacred symbol of the serpent was never missing on their Gnostic altars, which is a symbol of our sexual organs and of our Kundalini, in which lies the redemption of man. The strength, the power that accompanied Moses, was the serpent on the staff, which later became the staff itself. It was the one that spoke to the other serpents and the one that spoke to Eve. Moses in the desert showed his people the serpent on the staff, and told them that whoever took advantage of that serpent would not be harmed during his journey. All the wonderful power of Moses resided in his serpent, that is, in semen and in chastity. Yes, dear reader, in our sexual organs lies the redemption of man. Let us take advantage of our serpent. Let us not forget that our redemption is exclusively in the sexual act, in the sexual magic of the white magicians. Let us approach the woman, but let us not fornicate. Let us caress her sweetly with a deep love, but let us not fornicate. Let us adhere to the formula of the white magician. In missio members virilis in vaginum female without ejaculation seminis. Insert the penis into the vagina and withdraw it without spilling the semen. And thus our Kundalini will awaken positively, like the white magicians, and not negatively, as the black magician Sherenzi teaches us to develop in his work of black magic entitled, "The Kundalini or the Fiery Serpent of Our Magical Powers." Restrained desire will make our seminal fluid rise upwards, towards the head, along the spinal column, and through certain channels called Ida and Pingala. And if we practice this exercise, we will open the door of the Holy Church of Ephesus, and the cherub who guards paradise, that is, our innermost, will give us the flaming sword, and we will enter dressed in the pure garment of chastity to dine with him and he with us in paradise. A slumber of impenetrable centuries weighs upon the great mysteries of the serpent. In the terrifying night of the ages, the austere and sublime hierophants guarded with meticulous secrecy the wisdom of the serpent. The great priests of the serpent had sworn silence under the austere walls of the temples of mysteries. The mysteries of the serpent were known in all the mystery schools. In all the initiatic societies of the past, the wisdom of the serpent has always been the very basis of the mysteries. This profound science was cultivated in Egypt, in Greece, in Rome, in Babylon, in Syria, in the Persia of the magicians, in the ancient India of the rishis, in the terrible mysteries of the Aztecs, and in the Incas, and in the Gnostic mysteries up to our days. In Homer's Song to Demeter, found in a Russian library, we see that everything revolves around a terrible science, based on the wisdom of the serpent. In that archaic song, that great initiate called Homer, that poet who sang of ancient Troy and the wrath of Achilles, lets us see that in the mysteries of Eleusis, everything revolved around the sexual act. These mysteries described a physiological cosmic fact of great significance. The divine mystery of sex shines with a terrible splendor in all the ancient mystery schools. In Egypt we see the eternal feminine before Isis, the eternal masculine before the god Osiris. In Phoenicia, before Hercules, Dagon. In Greece, Apollo and Diana. In Attica, Pluto and Persephone. But among them the sacred serpent is most clearly manifested, and speaks clearly of the phallus and the uterus. It is the lingam yoni of the Greek mysteries. In that old and ancient Egypt of the ancient hierophants, the old priests graying in the sublime science of the magicians, represented the god ibis of thought with the virile member in an erect state and above it a lotus flower and next to it, a mural inscription that said, "Giver of Reason." In ancient Egypt, the ancient priests of the serpent carved the sacred serpent, a living symbol of the sexual organs, in bas-reliefs and on ancient walls. They carved ancient phallic symbols in gigantic stones. But woe to those who violated their vows of silence, because they were condemned to a cruel death. Their heads were cut off, their hearts torn out, and their ashes were thrown to the four winds. The wisdom of the serpent is the great arcanum. It is the unspeakable secret of the great arcanum. The great arcanum was intended to be disclosed by some initiates before the French Revolution, but the time was not ripe, and then a great French poet initiate warned the divulgers of the unspeakable secret, the fate that awaited them. For some he predicted the scaffold at a famous banquet, for others the dagger, poison, exile or the gallows, and all his predictions were mathematically fulfilled. In the Middle Ages, any initiate who attempted to divulge the great arcanum was killed, either by perfumed bouquets, by the shirts of Nessus, or by the dagger. But what was the reason for such scrupulous silence? Why was the wisdom of the snake kept so secretly guarded? Simply so that the man who was not yet prepared would not fall into terrible misfortune and become a demon. The negative awakening of Kundalini, as taught by Shirenzi and all black magicians to their disciples, turns man into the seven-headed beast of the apocalypse, and armed with horrible power he can sow disorder in the universe. But times have changed. The veil has been lifted much, and then it fell to me, on WEOR, ancient hierophant of the Egyptian mysteries, to tear the veil, which had already been lifted in part, and to ring the solemn bell of the age of Aquarius. To show the way of the perfect matrimony in the Holy Family. I do this, in view of the fact that sexual magic is already partly known by many spiritualists. And there is a need to open the eyes of human beings so that they do not make mistakes. In fact, to awaken the Kundalini, a woman is needed. But the initiate can only perform sexual magic operations with his priestess wife, and only with his wife. No initiate can be an adulterer, and whoever makes use of this knowledge, commits abuses and abuses his fellow men, will bear a horrible punishment in this and future reincarnations. He who wishes to practice sexual magic must be married and respect and love his wife. She must become his priestess. Through her he will awaken his Kundalini and open the solemn and sacred doors of the Church of Ephesus. He will enter the solar mysteries, the sacred sanctuary, the golden sanctuary. And thus he will become the diamond soul of the innermost. Sexual force is a terrible weapon. Scientists have not been able to find the origin of electricity, that is, its causa causorum. Why? Simply because they do not know the sexual force. They only know the sexual organs, but not the force that vibrates through them. Sexuality is not only in our sexual organs, but in our entire body, and in the entire universe. In every atomic point of space. It is the cause of electricity. Yes, dear reader, the Kundalini of the Logos is the cause of electricity. The Kundalini of the Logos has a serpentine movement throughout the universe. The Logos is a hermaphrodite being of extraordinary beauty. He has large blue eyes that reflect the immensity of infinity. He has the face of a sublime old man, and he wears a divine blue mantle that reaches down to his feet. The sexual force of this sublime being is the cause of electricity. This force is masculine and feminine at the same time, because this being is a hermaphrodite. The masculine pole of the sexual force of the logos of the system is the cause of electricity, and the negative pole of the sexual force of the logos of the solar system is the cause of magnetism. Electricity and magnetism are the cause of universal equilibrium. Sexual force in the hands of white or black magicians is a terrible weapon, it is thought, which attracts the sexual fluid to the spinal column to deposit it in its respective bag. With the spilling of this fluid, the astral body collects from the hells of man millions of demonic atoms in replacement of those lost, and the astral body darkens tenebrously. But if this fluid is contained by means of sexual magic, that is, if we dominate the sexual impulse and comply with the law of not fornicating, then this fluid returns to our astral body duplicated in light, and our astral body shines and glows with an ineffable white light, with the sacred light of Christ, with the light of the Holy Masters. Because the semen is Christ in us, and that Christonic substance is the redeeming blood, that is why Christ in his quality of cosmic Christ said, "I am the bread of life, I am the living bread. If anyone eats this bread, he will live forever. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood will have eternal life, and I will raise him up. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood lives in me and I in him." Christ is the light of the world, because he is the light of the sun. If it were not for the sun, nothing would exist. Christ is the soul of the sun. The sun makes plants grow, and the power of reproduction is contained in the seed. That is to say, all the power of the sun is enclosed in the seed. The sun is the body of Christ, he has the sun for his body. Therefore the light of the sun that is enclosed in the seed is the light of Christ. Thus, in every vegetable, animal or human seed, the essence of Christ is enclosed. The human seed is semen, and therefore semen is the substance of Christ in man. The astral part of that same substance is the same substance of the astral body of Christ that penetrates the entire astral body of the earth and illuminates it, since he sacrificed himself for humanity on Golgotha. From that hour on Good Friday at 3 in the afternoon, he also took the earth as a body, and he penetrated into the interior of the terrestrial planet, and that was the cause of the earthquake that occurred that day. Since then, the astral body of the planet has been penetrated by the astral body of Christ. That is precisely why our astral body is our Christos, it is our mediator, it is the instrument that we have to unite with the intimate. No one comes to the Father, that is, to the intimate, except through me, said the Christ. That is why we have to strengthen and make our astral body more robust. By practicing the sexual magic of the white magicians, we strengthen our astral body, because with each act of white sexual magic, as we have already said, the sexual fluid, that is, the semen or astral liquid, returns to the astral body increased in light and in quantity and quality. Temptation is fire, triumph over temptation is light. Restrained desire will cause the astral fluid to rise upwards towards the pineal gland, and thus it becomes God. Not a single drop of semen should be spilled, because in the semen and in the marrow is found the redemption of man. When the sexual apparatus is excited to relate to the priestess wife, the semen increases, and when the semen is withdrawn without spilling, the semen rises to the head, awakens the pineal gland, the man becomes clairvoyant, and finally, awakens the fire of the Kundalini, which breaks the 7 seals of the 7 churches and unites man with his innermost. The fire of the Kundalini is awakened by the innermost, and no one but he should break the 7 seals with the flaming sword. But Shirenzi and the black magicians awaken the Kundalini negatively with the coitus of the libertine fornicator, and with concentration and autosuggestion, as he teaches in his work on the Kundalini. The white magician prays to the innermost during sexual magic to awaken the Kundalini. The black magician during black sexual magic or phallic cult based on fornication concentrates on the Kundalini, and through passionate eroticism and fornication, awakens the Kundalini negatively and becomes a horrible monster. In the apocalypse, no one, but only the Lamb, breaks the 7 seals of the human book that is our organism. This angel is your innermost. The apocalypse therefore refutes Shirenzi in an absolutely definitive way. Let us look at verses 1, 2, and 3 of the 5th chapter of the Apocalypse. And I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a book written within and on the back, sealed with 7 seals. This book is the human body, and the 7 seals are the 7 magnetic centers of man. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to loose its seals?" And no one in heaven or on earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or to look into it. That is, here the Apocalypse tells us that the 7 seals must only be opened by the Lamb, that is, by the intimate. Kundalini is the sword of the innermost, says the Apocalypse in verse 17 of chapter 7. The following: "For the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne will shepherd them and will guide them to living fountains of water, and God will wipe away every tear from their eyes." The Lamb is the innermost. And only the Lamb, dear reader, must break the 7 seals of the Apocalypse. Only our inner angel must wield the sword of Kundalini. Only the divine blood of our Lord Jesus Christ must awaken the fire of Kundalini in us. Let us beware of black magicians. And the Apocalypse continues. "After these things I looked, and behold, a great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, with palm branches in their hands. And they cried out with a loud voice, 'Salvation to our God who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb.'" Verses 9 and 10, chapter 7 of the Apocalypse. "We must fight until we achieve perfect chastity. For if I do not come to you and move your lampstand from its place, if you do not reform yourself," that is, tears, darkness and bitterness for the children of fornication. This is what the Apocalypse wants to tell us. "But to the victor the first will give to eat from the tree of life that is in the midst of the paradise of my God." That is, it awakens the Kundalini through the sexual magic of the white magician, and then fulfills the phrase of Jehovah, "Behold Adam, as one of us has become, knowing evil and good." Then the cherub, that is, his innermost, gives him the sword that threw flames and prevented him from entering paradise, and the man, through his high initiation, unites with his innermost and becomes a god. The vapor that rises from the semen is what uncovers or breaks the 7 seals of the Apocalypse. But the seminal vapor of the black magician is directed towards the earth, and binds man to the infernal regions, where only crying and gnashing of teeth are heard. To open the first seal is to awaken the Kundalini. The color of this center is dirty red in the libertine, yellow-red in the initiate, and purple-blue-red in the mystic initiate. The sacred fire is awakened by the contact of 2 polarities, one positive and one negative. The positive is the bronze serpent that healed the Israelites in the desert, and the negative is the tempting serpent of Eden. The positive is made up of solar atoms and the negative of lunar atoms. Both serpents coil around the rod of the caduceus of Mercury, that is, in our spinal column. With the positive we fight to dominate the negative during sexual magic, and it is clear that by dint of dominating the sexual impulse, both serpents end up uniting in the basic or fundamental center, that is, in the Church of Ephesus. And then, by the induction of these 2 forces, our fiery serpent begins to move, breaking the membranous sac in which it is enclosed, tearing those tissues and causing great pain. And then, overwhelmingly, it makes its way through the entire center of the spinal column, within which there is a channel called the Sushumna channel. The lower orifice is blocked in ordinary people, but the seminal vapors open this orifice so that the fiery serpent can penetrate through there. Sushumna channel, certain nerve threads emerge, which connect the 7 chakras or 7 magnetic centers with the spinal column, and with the sacred fire as it ascends through the Sushumna channel. And then this fire logically lights the 7 suns of our organism, as it ascends through the central channel of our spinal column. Kundalini coordinates all human chakras in a harmonious way. We could represent all this by a stick with 7 flowers, all set on fire by Kundalini. The stick would represent our spinal column and the flowers the chakras or magnetic centers, while the stems of the flowers would symbolize the fine nerve threads that connect our chakras, with Kundalini, which ascends overwhelmingly through the center of the stick. 7 electric bulbs connected to the high-tension wire of Kundalini. It is clear that these bulbs light up because they are connected to the energy of Kundalini. Sushumna canal is open, as we have already said, by the seminal vapors, but this is done under the direction of an angelic atom that resides in the semen. Semen is a battlefield between the powers of light and the powers of darkness. Precisely, it is there that the very basis of the great battle between black and white magicians is found. It is there that the two antagonistic concepts of sex are founded, the very basis of white and black magic. The concept of Jehovah, and that of Lucifer. These two concepts live in eternal battle from paradise. Krum Heller, Huirakocha, defends the concept of Jehovah. Omar Sharenzi Lind defends Lucifer. Angels and demons in eternal battle from paradise to the present day. The two solar and lunar currents of our organism are called Ida and Pingala currents, and they flow through two nerve cords along our spinal column. When the Kundalini reaches the head where the crown center resides, then the man unites with the innermost, and becomes the diamond soul of the innermost. And so the innermost, through the Kundalini, lights the candelabras of the 7 churches. The fundamental center has 4 petals, of which only 2 are active. The other 2 will become active through initiation. This is the Church of Ephesus, where our fiery serpent is coiled. Then the Church of Smyrna opens. This center is the spleen and has 6 astral colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue and violet. The negative pole of this center is the semen in the male, and the positive pole acts during gestation in the female. This center is of basic importance because it is the conduit and door of life. The solar forces are Christic forces that animate our organism, enter and leave through it. This is one of the most important centers of our Christic semen. Life enters our organism through this center. The third center that lights up is the umbilical. This is the Church of Pergamon. I do not agree with the chief magician, Dr. Jorge E. Adoam, when he states in his work, The Bush of Oreb, that the seed of Satan is located in this umbilical center. I place this seed in the liver and not in the solar plexus. I consider that this animal self, a kind of inferior astral, whose mantric name is Satan, has its seed in the liver. And for this reason I say that we have Christ crucified in the liver. There in the liver reside our most bestial appetites. Let the chief magician observe this center clairvoyantly and he will be convinced of my concept. The solar plexus is a telepathic center of extraordinary importance. We have a real wireless station in our organism. The pineal gland is our transmitting center and the solar plexus is our receiving center. The mental waves of the beings who think about us reach this telepathic center or brain of emotions, and from there they pass to our brain, where those thoughts become conscious. The fourth church is the Church of Thyatira. This is the center of the heart. This is the seat of the living God. Within this center the life of our entire organism pulsates, and it is in intimate correspondence with the heart of our solar system, that is, with the sun. In our heart there are solar atoms and ineffable divine laws, and it is analogously built with the heart of the solar system, that is, with the sun. The solar system is the body of a wonderful being called the logos of the system. Seen from afar, the solar system has the form of a man walking through the unchanging infinity. The logos of the solar system, wearing a blue cloak of distinction, which extends from his head to his feet, has the appearance of a sublime old man, with a majestic face and large blue eyes the color of the sky, where the immensity of infinity is reflected. If we look at the surface of the sun, we will clairvoyantly see a terrible, gigantic, black and gloomy abyss, with no visible bottom. Only by observing closely can we see flames and fire in the terrible darkness. This is the gateway to the heart of the sun. In the deep abyss there is a hall made of the same aroma of fire. This is the hall of the secret sanctuary where the life of the solar system pulsates. There in this hall there is a master, guardian of this narrow path that leads to the heart of the sun. This master blesses with his olive branch whoever reaches there, but only well-prepared initiates are allowed to enter. Naturally, all this is astral, and not physical. In the center of the heart of the sun there is a mysterious astral hospital, where the internal bodies of many initiates are treated. Also in the center of the heart of the sun dwell the 7 saints who direct the 7 cosmic rays, of which the most important is the ray of Sushumna, which vibrates with the dawn. That is the ray of Kundalini, which is the beloved ray of yogis. It is the ray of magicians. That is the special time to practice the Gnostic cult of sexual magic. That is the dawn, the time to connect with the priestess. To understand the life that beats in the heart of the solar system, we have to analyze by analogy, sinking through inner meditation into our heart, falling on our knees in the holy church of Thyatira and worshipping the intimate. We will know by analogy the life of the heart of the sun. Solar life manifests itself as tattvas, but to know the 7 tattvas, it is necessary to know the 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, that is, of the logos. We can manage these 7 breaths with the powers of our innermost, because the innermost can control them from its own origin. Only in this way can we become masters of the tattvas, for which we need to unite ourselves first with the innermost. What does Sherenzi know about tattvas? Does he even know the breaths of that dragon of wisdom, which he denies? Sherenzi is an atheist. He says that there is no God, only forces, and he disguises this with Buddhism. No atheist can be a master of tattvas, because the tattvas are 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, which in the world of the divine spirit manifest themselves as 7 currents of ideas, in the world of the spirit of life as 7 waves of life, in the world of natural causes as 7 currents of cosmic causation, in the world of the mind as 7 currents of thoughts, in the astral world as 7 currents of desire, in the etheric world as 7 tattvas, and finally in the physical world as the exact condensation of the 7 kinds of cosmic ideas that the logos emitted at the dawn of life to build his wonderful solar system. Only he who unites with his inner God can be a master of tattvas. Sherenzi, when speaking of tattvas, does nothing but reveal his ignorance. The heart center gives us divine intuition that allows us to know without reasoning. That is the center of intuition. It has 12 petals, 6 active and 6 inactive, but with the awakening of the sacred fire all 12 petals become active. We must act on the heart through prayer. The 5th center is the Church of Sardis. When the sacred fire awakens this center, that is, when it lights the candelabrum of this church, man acquires clairaudience or hidden hearing. This center also gives us mental clairvoyance and conceptual synthesis. How can Sherenzi speak to his disciples about conceptual synthesis without developing this throat center? Clairvoyance in the world of the mind and conceptual synthesis are only acquired by developing the thyroid center. When the Kundalini lights this candle, all these powers become manifest. This is the sexual organ of the angels. Angels create through the word. Christ, who has the 7 spirits before his throne, admonishes him, "Be watchful, and strengthen the things that are about to die. For if you do not watch, I will come upon you, and sorrow will oppress your heart." When the Kundalini fire ascends to this center, that same sexual fire of the Kundalini, which is both masculine and feminine in nature, becomes creative through the word, and then the initiate is able to create any living thing with his thought, and then materialize it through the word. This is how the angels create, but to become like them, we must organize our sexual forces in the same way that they have organized them. And then we become like them. We achieve this through sexual magic with our priestess wife. As we have already seen, each kingdom of nature is based on a particular sexual modus operandi. If we want to evolve, that is, to the next kingdom of nature that awaits us, we have to arrange our sexual activity in accordance with that kingdom, which, as we already know, is the angelic kingdom. This kingdom is hermaphrodite. In the sun there is a huge population of hermaphrodite beings, totally fused with their innermosts. That is a paradise. There is rich vegetal, animal, mineral and suprahuman life. In the sun there are rivers, seas, trees, etc. Not everything is fiery there, as the profane believe. The beings who live there create with the word. Black magicians are enemies of evolution, and that is why they defend fornication. They do not want man to rise to the angelic kingdom. And so Sherenzi, spokesman for dark science, says, "It is better to be a good man than a bad angel." They are against the cosmic plan. They hate evolution. And the Apocalypse says the following in favor of chastity: "He will be clothed in white garments, and I will not erase his name from the book of life, and I will confess his name before my Father, and before the angels." Sherenzi defends fornication, saying that it is perfectly natural, and that nothing can be wiser than nature. But angels are also part of nature, Mr. Sherenzi. And angels do not cohabit, because they use the word to create. Striving to evolve to the angelic state is not leaving nature, it is simply evolving. But black magicians hate evolution. They do not want anything angelic. They like the current state of humanity very much. And that is why they recommend horse racing, liquor, pleasures, etc. There is nothing more pleasing to the black magician than the present state of evolution. Sherenzi pretends to be a white magician, and he disguises everything with beautiful literature. In Colombia he was able to make quite a few disciples because the spiritualists in Colombia were quite closed-eyed. But I, on WEOR, will open their eyes so that they can defend themselves against the black magicians. The sixth church is the Philadelphia Church. This is the frontal center. This is the center of clairvoyance. In this center is written the name of the beast, or the name of God. The Holy Grail, or the dark sign of black magic. The light of this center reveals the thoughts of the magician. The survivors of Lemuria who live today in the dense forests of California, hidden from modern savagery, have the pituitary gland completely protruding above the eyebrows. They have broad foreheads and gigantic stature, and between their eyebrows there stands out a conical figure of flesh, similar to a nipple. That is the pituitary gland or sixth sense that this race has always had developed. When they go out to nearby villages they cover their foreheads well, to avoid public curiosity. They always pay for the goods they buy with gold nuggets. And when they are returned the equivalent in money, they answer, "Neither money nor gold means anything to us." They are humble in appearance and sublime in countenance. That was the first race that existed in the world. They hide their village in a state of jhinas, and they also hide themselves by means of the state of jhinas, to defend themselves from the savagery of the time. If they were to enter New York, they would be assassinated by the civilized people of the 20th century. They have aircraft, that is, airplanes of extraordinary perfection, powered by atomic energy that they know how to operate from Lemuria. Their lighting is atomic, just as their ancestors from the old Lemurian continent had. If they were to enter New York, they would have to begin by civilizing the inhabitants of the 20th century, and in the process, the various commercial houses would assassinate them before they were ruined. They should teach the people of New York how to build buildings. They build buildings in Lemuria that are so strong and perfect that they have withstood 30,000 years of earthquakes. They should teach the people of New York how to build modern ships, because they have ships powered by atomic energy, which are truly amazing. They would be killed by the big capitalist industrialists before they were ruined, and that is why they are hiding from the savages of the 20th century. They know how to extract atomic energy from different stones, while the so-called civilized people of the 20th century fight over uranium mines. These surviving lemurs live in the dense jungles of California, and civilized people will never find them, because they are skilled in the handling of the astral light, and they know how to benefit very well from modern savagery, by means of the astral light. This frontal center is the third eye of the lemurs. Whoever develops this third eye is clairvoyant. The lemurs who live in California do not need telephones, radios, or telegraphs because they are enlightened clairvoyants, just as their ancestors were. The Apocalypse says, "He who overcomes will be made a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more." And I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, New Jerusalem, which came down from heaven, and a new name. The black magician Andramelech, now incarnated in China, instantly develops negative clairvoyance by means of a vial called Kinocapel. Kinocapel is a vial that is available in China, and is contrary to white. This is harmful and negative. In Colombia there is a nugget called Tonga that momentarily awakens clairvoyance in whoever takes it. This strawberry is known in Chaco. It happens that those people, when they want to know where there is money or riches buried, feed that strawberry to any black child when the moon is waning. And then the child's clairvoyance awakens and he can clairvoyantly perceive the burial place. This experiment is done at night. After the experiment is done, they make the entingado vomit the strawberry with ipecac to prevent him from becoming entingado. The Amazon Indians use Yahweh to awaken clairvoyance. The Aztecs use payold, a Mexican plant that the northern Indians use to momentarily awaken clairvoyance. All these herbs achieve a momentary awakening of clairvoyance, but continuous, transcendental and truly positive clairvoyance is only achieved by practicing sexual magic with one's wife. Only the fire of Kundalini and its sexual secretions make us eternally clairvoyant. When the Kundalini fire lights the candlestick of the seventh church, called the Church of Laodicea, then the crown center or thousand-petaled lotus comes into activity. This lotus corresponds to the pineal gland. By restraining desire during sexual magic, the semen rises upwards towards the pineal gland, and man becomes a god. When the fire lights this marvelous center, then man wears the crown of thorns on his forehead and becomes totally Christified. He unites definitively with the innermost. The stigmata are given to man according to his merits. Each stigmata has its trials. The first stigmata to be received are those of the hands, and the trials to receive them are very strong. Here precious stones play a very important role. That is why the Apocalypse says, "And the foundations of the wall of the city were adorned with every precious stone." The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third chalcedony, the fourth emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth carnelian, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, the 12th amethyst. The fortunate one who receives all his stigmata unites with the innermost and becomes his diamond soul. But the tests for high initiation are very terrible. The Apocalypse says, "I am the Alpha and the Omega. To the one who is thirsty I will give water freely from the fountain of the water of life. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Blessed are those who wash their robes, the 7 bodies, in the blood of the Lamb, that is, in the semen, so that they may enter through the gates of the city." But how few succeed in passing the high initiation, dear reader. In the high initiation one must come to kiss the executioner's whip, one must come to love deeply the worst enemies. Master Moria once told me the following: uniting with the innermost is very difficult. Of 2 people who try to unite with the innermost, only one succeeds. That is very difficult, and as the poet Guillermo Valencia said, the crime is in the cadences themselves. These phrases from Master Moria indicate that we must make a tremendous effort to reach union with the innermost. Yes, dear reader, it is not enough to say that I am a Christian. You have to prove it in your own life. Because, as a certain instructor once told me, initiation is life itself. We must make the doctrine of the divine Nazarene flesh and blood within us. And in the tests of initiation, we must prove with facts, and not with theories, nor with sermons, that we have really made the doctrine of the Master flesh and blood within us. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and dine with him, and he with me. The 7th center is the crown of thorns, it is the crown of the saints. When the initiate has succeeded in making his creative fire come out through his head, he throws his crown at the feet of the intimate. St. John speaks of the 24 elders, who throw their crowns at the feet of the throne of the Lord. To him who overcomes, I will command him to sit with me on my throne, just as I also overcame and sat down with my Father on his throne. He who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. After the Lamb opened the seventh seal, he swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that are in it and the earth and the things that are in it, that there would be no more time. That is, the initiate is now united with his innermost and becomes king and priest of the universe. Let us summarize this chapter. With the opening of the first church, the Kundalini is awakened. And the first plexus is the spleen. This center gives us the power to control the creatures of water, and then we become masters of the storms. This center has 6 rays. The solar plexus allows us to control the creatures of fire. Mama Miguel, an Arhuaco magician from the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, burned an entire town called Dabuya with the creatures of fire. These are acts of black magic, because anyone who uses occult powers for evil is a black magician. It is unfortunate that some Indian initiates of the Mayan ray have so lamentably strayed, because the ancient Mayan initiates never abused their power. This center has 10 rays, 5 active and 5 passive. The fourth center is that of the heart. With this center man becomes intuitive, and becomes master and lord of the creatures of the air, and then man becomes king and lord of the winds and hurricanes. This center has 12 petals. The fifth center is the larynx, which allows man to handle the elementals of ether. It has 16 petals. It is the door to Eden. Through it we can learn all the ancient wisdom that has been enclosed since time immemorial in our secondary system. This center is the magic ear. It is also the center of mental clairvoyance. It gives us conceptual synthesis and the power to penetrate the intimate meaning of words. This center corresponds to the mental body. When the fire lights the flame of language located in the atoms of our seminal system, man speaks in all the languages of the world, and when he fuses with the innermost in the high initiation, he speaks the language of light, the word of power, which makes him the creator of the universe. The sixth center is the frontal one that gives us clairvoyance. It has 96 rays. And the seventh center is the coronary, which corresponds to the pineal gland. It is the 1,000-petaled lotus, has 960 radiations, and is extraordinarily resplendent. The divinity of man manifests itself in all its splendor. When the fiery current reaches there, man unites with his innermost, and becomes a sovereign of the universe. He enters and leaves the body whenever he wants, and the entire universe obeys him. The Apocalypse describes the woman with a belt or writing on her thighs. The name, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The king is not on the forehead but on the thigh. Here is the sexual mystery. The 7 churches are the 7-branched candelabrum of solid gold of the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Temple of Jerusalem, where the high priest could only enter once a year, because the glory of Jehovah shone there. These are the 7 chakras, discs or magnetic wheels that vibrate with the powerful Egyptian mantra, faith, N, Da, Gj. This last word is guttural. And there are 72,000 nerve endings in our organism, and not 71,000 as Shirenzi wrongly claims in his book on Kundalini, due to a lack of medical knowledge. And the 72,000 nerve endings of these nerve endings have 72,000 infinitesimal chakras, which vibrate and shine when the 7 suns are lit. There is also a mysterious chakra in our belly that the magician uses when acting in the astral body. He wants his physical body to reach the place where he is at that moment. Then this chakra rotates around the entire belly of the astral body, and the faster it rotates, the faster it reaches the body. Black magicians, commonly called witches, pray when they are far from their body, in the astral plane, like this: I believe in God, I believe in Saint Mary, and I believe in witchcraft. Saint Mary, bring me my body. And it happens that Saint Mary, who is a disembodied nun, brings the physical body to the witches. But this invocation, and its corresponding triumph, is carried out based on the power that the ego has located in that mysterious chakra, which rotates intensely and allows the ego to bring its physical body through the astral plane. The white magician invokes the innermost and begs him to bring him his physical body. The physical body is only dense in appearance, but in reality it is a gaseous sac composed of thousands of atomic consciousnesses that obey their God and respond to his call. When Christ walked on the waters of the Sea of Galilee, he carried his body in the state of genius. He was in a physical body, and not in the astral, as Max Heindel says, because the Rosicrucian brothers do not know the science of the states of genius. The white magician also knows how to get up from his bed in the state of genius, and thus floats in space, or walks on water without sinking. To fly with a physical body there is no need to use the tatwa. Veu, as our beloved master Crum Heller mistakenly believes. The magician floats in the air, placing his body in genius. I teach this science in a practical way to all my disciples, and they are all currently transported through the air. But our secret science we secretly teach to the candidates for initiation. And we send away the curious with a compassionate smile, for ignorance is bold. We look upon the people of the 20th century as if they were infants. We feel compassion for them and we do everything possible to help them. We love humanity dearly, and we return good for evil. We are therefore against black magic and Charanzism. Sherenzi states in his book, What is Love? The following. Someone asked him if he loved humanity, and he answered no. How could he love beings that when they were not snakes, were wolves or common vultures? Here, dear reader, the black magician revealed himself. The black magician Sherenzi removed his mask. We Gnostics of Colombia, and those of the entire world, love our worst enemies dearly, because that was the doctrine that the divine Redeemer of the world taught us. Love, love, love. Chapter 5 Joy, Music, Dance and Kiss. In the homes of the initiated there is only joy and happiness. In the homes of the initiated there are never tears or pain. The man knows how to forgive his wife's personal defects, and she in turn knows how to forgive her husband's defects. The home of the initiate is a paradise where only joy, music, dancing and kissing reign. In Gnostic homes, children are educated among music, dancing and the pure kiss of their parents. The Gnostic home is represented by the Holy Family. In the Gnostic home there is only love and music. There are the delightful songs, there is the ineffable music, there are the perfumed flowers that perfume the air. And the children play, filling their parents with joy, who only know how to love each other eternally. And in the midst of their adoration, they dance joyfully, as the stars dance among the music of the spheres. It happens that after the coitus of fornicators, there comes tiredness, boredom and disillusionment. But in the homes of Gnostic initiates, there is no fornication, and therefore there is no tiredness, boredom or disillusionment. The initiate only joins sexually with his wife to practice his sacred cult and not to fornicate, and therefore he does not experience that boredom or that weariness of the profane. After having cohabited, the initiate never cohabits, and only begets a child when he receives orders from the White Lodge. He then impregnates his wife under the direction of the White Brotherhood, and this as a sacrifice on the altar of marriage, very rarely in life. When a couple is united in the act of sex, clairvoyants can observe a very bright light surrounding the couple, and it is that the most powerful forces of the universe come at that moment to serve as a means for the creation of a new being. But when the couple is carried away by carnal passion, then that light is withdrawn, and in its place dark forces of bloody color penetrate, bringing quarrels to the homes, misery, tears and despair. But if man retains that light through sexual magic, then the home is purified and filled with happiness and joy. Then abundance comes and neither hunger nor misfortune ever penetrates there. During the act of sexual magic, the couple is completely magnetized and then charged with power and joy. The pelvis in the woman pours out feminine currents, while the breasts give off masculine ones. In the man, the feminine current is in the mouth and the masculine in his virile member. All these organs must be well excited by means of sexual magic to give, receive, transmit and collect vital magnetic forces, which increase extraordinarily in quantity and quality. The dance, the music and the kiss where couples come into such intimate contact under the divine impulse of love, have as their objective in the house of the initiated, to magnetize the couples reciprocally. Because the power is masculine and feminine at the same time, the man needs the fluids of his wife to progress and she needs the fluids of her husband to accelerate the awakening of her kundalini and progress in life. The couple is completely magnetized by means of sexual magic, and then all business is carried out triumphantly, and comfort, abundance, joy, music, dancing and the eternal kiss of their souls reign in those homes. When a man and a woman come together, something is created. Through the union of sexual magic, man and woman awaken the sacred fire and become gods. If an old man can give life to a new being, why can he not give life to himself? The Gnostic initiate does not age because he gives life to himself through sexual magic. He knows how to take advantage of his semen, because he knows that in his semen is the very root of his existence. We were born through semen, and with semen we can be rejuvenated daily. Scientific chastity is the way. Through the scientific chastity of sexual magic, we transmute our sexual secretions into light and fire. The abstention preached by priests is impossible. Nature rebels against this harmful abstention. The initiate loves the music of the great classics and feels disgust for that childish music of certain vulgar people, such as poros, rumbas, cumbias, and others, which only denigrate the human personality. The initiate loves the music of the great composers. For example, Mozart's The Enchanted Flute reminds us of an initiation that this great composer had in Egypt. The soul communes with the music of the spheres when it listens to the symphonies of Beethoven, or the ineffable melodies of Chopin, or so many other classical compositions. In the mysteries of Eleusis, sacred dances, naked dancing, kissing, love and sexual magic, all filled with ecstatic religious purity, turned men into gods. In that sanctuary, no one thought of rubbish, but of holy and religious things. Sacred dances are as old as the world and have their origin in deep cosmic wisdom. The great musical rhythms of fire sustain the balance of the universe. And when the soul floats in the midst of the sidereal systems, it has the duty to accompany with its song the great ineffable orchestration, which resounds in the ethereal spaces with all the grandiose euphoria of the measured rhythms of the Mahavan and the Chotavan. The home of all Gnostic initiates is full of beauty. Flowers, perfumes, artistic paintings, beautiful sculptures and absolute cleanliness give an ineffable aestheticism to the home of Gnostic couples. Gnostic couples enjoy all kinds of comforts and are unaware of hunger and disease. The mysteries of Eleusis still exist and will continue to exist forever. The great Baltic initiate von Uxküll is one of the most exalted initiates of Eleusis in these times. That monastery currently exists in the astral with all its ancient mysteries. In Gnostic homes there should never be a lack of a musical instrument, be it the piano or the violin or any other. Sexual magic is also the key to improving the economic situation. I would like to stress again the seriousness of adultery. No Gnostic marriage can be adulterous. And sexual magic should only be practiced with the priestess wife. Anyone who wants to practice sexual magic must get married. And whoever abuses this knowledge will bring upon himself a horrible karma. A man cannot be married to more than one woman. This is what the Holy Gnostic Church teaches. I know of some passionate fornicators in Colombia who have used this knowledge to abuse young women and naive women, who have later become pregnant. Those who act in this way will receive their respective punishment. One day the sword of justice will fall on their heads. Sexual magic is only for those who live in a married life, that is, for properly constituted homes. I make this clarification because I know the responsibility that is involved in giving occult knowledge to humanity. No home should be without joy, dancing, or love. Chapter 6 GAIO. When in the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Temple of Solomon, the high priest pronounced the terrible mantram IAO. The temple drums resounded to prevent the profane from hearing the sublime IAO. Diodorus in one of his poems says the following: "Know that among all the gods the highest is Iao, Hades is winter, Zeus begins in spring, Helios in summer, and in autumn Iao returns to activity, which works constantly." Iao is Jovis, Pater is Jupiter, whom the Jews wrongly call Yahweh. Iao offers the rich wine of life, while Jupiter is a slave of the sun. Yo, Ignis, fire, soul. A, water, substance. O, origo, cause or origin. Iao is the name of God among the Gnostics. God is symbolized by the vowel O, which is the eternal circle. The I symbolizes the self, but both are intertwined with the A as a support point. This is the powerful mantra or magic word that must be pronounced during the trance of sexual magic with the priestess. You have to prolong the sound of the three vowels like this. I, A, O, exhaling all the air from your lungs with each letter. This many times. Then you have to continue with the vowels O, U, A, O, A, I, O, U, O, O, U, O, A, B. Core prolongs the sound for a long time over the vowels, which make the entire human group vibrate powerfully, transmuting the semen into light and fire. Then we continue with the powerful mantras KAWLA, KAW, SAWLA, SAW, ZESAR, emphasizing the sound over the vowels. KAWLA, KAW makes the intimate vibrate. SAWLA, SAW makes our personality vibrate. ZESAR makes our astral vibrate. The act of sexual magic must end by praying to the intimate and begging him to awaken his Kundalini. These mantras make our Crestos vibrate and give us courage and value to dominate the passionate beast. The mantra Iao is the powerful mantra of our sexual forces. Iao is the mantra of our Kundalini. The vowel I makes our pineal gland and our soul vibrate. The vowel A makes our physical body vibrate. And the vowel O makes our testicles vibrate, transmuting the semen and making it ascend upwards towards the head. This vowel also makes our Kundalini and our innermost vibrate. Thus, Iao is the name of God among Gnostic Christians. The Gospel of St. John begins by singing about the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This was the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, but the darkness did not comprehend it. From the Gospel of St. John. He who unites with the innermost speaks the golden word. The great word of the gods is a cosmic grammar whose solemn euphoria sustains the universe firmly in its course. This is the language of power that man spoke in that ancient land, where the children of fire were revered and which was called Arcadia. This is the language in which the entire universe speaks. A divine language of terrible power. In that mysterious language the angel of Babylon wrote behind the golden candlesticks and on the wall inscription the mean dachshund a parson at the sumptuous banquet of Balthazar. In that omnipotent language, the fate of Babylon was sealed. But that divine language is only understood by those who have already united with their innermost. At that sumptuous banquet of Balthazar, the Bible tells that there was only one man capable of interpreting that mysterious writing, and that man was Daniel the prophet. And the man of God said, "You have been arrogant against the Lord of heaven and have brought before you the vessels of his house, and you, your princes, your wives, and your concubines, have drunk wine from them. Moreover, you have given thanks to gods of silver and gold, of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which neither see nor hear nor know. And you have not honored the God in whose hand is your life and to whose are all your ways." Then the palm of the hand that carved this writing was sent from his presence. And the writing that he carved is, mean dachshund Phares a parson. The statement of the business is, God has numbered your kingdom and has finished it. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balance and were found wanting. Perez, your kingdom was divided and is given to the Medes and Persians. Then Belshazzar sent him away, and they clothed Daniel in purple, and put a chain of gold around his neck, and they asked him to be third in the kingdom. That same night Belshazzar king of the Chaldeans was killed, and Darius the Median took the kingdom when he was 62 years old. This is a literal translation from the book of Daniel and forces all wise men to think. St. John rightly says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The mighty King Balthazar trembled on the tragic night of his sumptuous banquet, before the terrible writing that Daniel interpreted, and his cheeks turned pale, and his princes and lords, his women and his concubines feared, and the dim light of his golden candlesticks and the gods of stone, iron, and silver, who neither see nor hear, looked at him with ironic sarcasm next to the rich clothes and valuable jewels of his courtiers. And before the golden word the columns of angels and demons tremble. The word makes the earth tremble, and lightning and storms serve as its scepter. When mankind forgot the divine language which it once knew in the ancient times of Arcadia, it was then left outside of paradise. It lost its wonderful power and built the Tower of Babel, that Babel of so many languages that has confused all the sons of men, who in ancient times were masters and lords. The last roots of every language belong to the golden language. The hidden language is a perfect language, it is the lost word. For example, if I want to say money in the hidden language, I have to say, dinara. If I want to refer to a political revolution or political event, I will say, I am going to talk to you about the important matter of Barnabas. The mantra AUM, if pronounced incorrectly, can produce a catastrophe. And it has been proven that a soft word calms anger. Every man has a keynote that characterizes him, and that keynote is that of the ray to which he belongs. That keynote lives resonating in our entire organism, and if the chela wants to go out in the astral body with ease, he only has to listen in the silence of the night to that keynote that seems to come out within the cells of the cerebellum, and then make it resonate more strongly with his will, and then when the sound invades his entire cerebellum, he will gently get up from his bed, and when he tries to walk, he will notice that he weighs less, and that is because he has gotten up in the astral, and his body has remained in its bed. Of course, the moment that must be taken advantage of for this experiment is the state of transition between wakefulness and sleep. That is the marvelous moment to go out in the astral body. If a musician playing an instrument were to hit the key note that characterizes it and prolong its key sound, he would instantly fall dead. The 7 vowels, IEOUAMS, live resonating throughout nature. The vowel M and the vowel S have great importance in the mantram AUM and the mantra Isis. The great mantra AUM is pronounced like this. AUM, and the mantram Isis, which is used to develop clairvoyance, is pronounced like this. I-S, I-S. The entire set of sounds produced on our planet Earth produces a great keynote that is the sum total of these planetary sounds, and each planet has its keynote, and all these planetary keynotes form a tremendous euphoria, which resonates like a grand choral of ineffable music in the endless ether of the stars. It is the music of the spheres that maintains planetary balance with the great rhythms of fire, called the Mahavan and the Chodavan. The golden tongue, the lost word, can only be found again in our sexual organs. And only by practicing sexual magic can we speak again the golden verb that we once possessed, when we were still in a state of paradise. The god Tonatiuh, with his sexual organ in an erect state, and with his triangular tongue of fire, tells us all this in a symbolic way. There is an intimate and close relationship between our sexual organs and our larynx. In ancient times, mankind handled the word with great care, because humanity still understood the transcendental importance of language. And in the mystery schools, the initiates were forbidden to recount the great calamities and cataclysms that had struck the earth, for fear of attracting them again, because the wise initiates of the past knew very well that the verb has an intimate relationship with the 4 elements of nature called earth, fire, water and air. And precisely, dear reader, every word that is spoken can be a blessing or a curse for our life, due to this intimate relationship of the verb with the four elements of nature. That is why we must take responsibility for our words, because they are creative and with them we can make ourselves happy or unhappy. Our brother Israel Rojas makes a very serious mistake in his work, Logos Sophia, when he speaks against sexual magic. Certainly Israel Rojas knows very well that sexual magic is the path to initiation. He is not unaware of this, and when he speaks against sexual magic, trying to adulterate the teachings of sexual magic that Dr. Krumheller Heurítica brought to Colombia, he only does so with the sole purpose of drawing the veil again over the sanctorum of the temple to avoid profanation. But this is untimely, Mr. Rojas. The veil has already been drawn in part, and before things get worse due to lack of light, it is best to tear the veil completely and show the danger to humanity in a clear and precise way. We must have the courage to be frank in these things, and you must realize, Brother Rojas, that black magicians take advantage of ignorance to make their victims. It is regrettable that Brother Israel Rojas, who is an initiate of the fifth initiation of minor mysteries, has damaged his beautiful book, Logos Sophia, with such an abomination. The work, Logos Mantram Magia, by Heurítica, places sexual magic in close relation with the verb, and Dr. Krumheller Heurítica ends this beautiful and wise book by describing a phallic symbol. He tells us that in ancient times there was a school of mysteries, in which a ring appeared on which was engraved the image of Iris and Serapis united by a snake, and Dr. Krumheller says, "Here I summarize everything I have said in this book. This phallic symbol is sexual magic, the only way to speak the golden verb again." Krumheller's esoteric course, the following paragraph is read verbatim, instead of coitus, which leads to orgasm, sweet caresses, loving phrases and delicate touching should be reflexively lavished, constantly keeping the mind away from animal sexuality, maintaining the purest spirituality as if the act were a true religious ceremony. However, the man can and should introduce the penis and keep it in the female sex, so that a divine sensation full of joy comes over both, which can last for hours, withdrawing it at the moment when the spasm approaches to avoid the ejaculation of semen. In this way they will have more and more desire to caress each other. This can be repeated as many times as you want without ever getting tired, because on the contrary, it is the magic key to being rejuvenated daily, keeping the body healthy and prolonging life, since it is a source of health. With this constant magnetization, we know that in ordinary magnetism, the magnetizer communicates fluids to the subject, and if the former has these forces developed, he can heal the latter. The transmission of the magnetic fluid is usually done by the hands or by the eyes, but it must be said that there is no more powerful conductor, 1,000 times more powerful, 1,000 times superior to the others, than the virile member and the vulva, as receiving organs. If many people practice this, strength and success spread around them for all those who come into commercial or social contact with them. But in the act of divine, sublime magnetization to which we refer, both man and woman are reciprocally magnetized, being for each other like a musical instrument that when plucked, releases or draws prodigious sounds of mysterious and sweet harmonies. The strings of this instrument are spread throughout the body, and the lips and fingers are the main pluckers of it, provided that the most absolute purity presides over this act, which is what makes us magicians in that supreme instant. In this paragraph that we have just transcribed, from the 8th lesson of the secret course that Master Heurítica sent to his disciples, we see that the Master taught the path of high initiation through sexual magic. And I repeat that it is truly regrettable that our brother Israel Rojas tries to distort the teachings of Master Heurítica. I, AUN WEOR, Hierophant of Minor Mysteries, in the name of the White Lodge and for the good of humanity, authorize all initiates of minor mysteries to teach humanity the great mysteries of sex. The new era is approaching, and the Holy Gnostic Church comes out to meet humanity in this cycle of Aquarius that is already approaching. The time has come to teach humanity the path of the perfect matrimony. And it takes courage to fight for human regeneration. And instead of trying to mend a veil that has already been torn, it is better to have the courage to fight openly for the sexual regeneration of humanity. The science of sexual regeneration must be taught publicly, and humanity must be warned against the cunning of fornicators. The great verb of light expresses itself again in all its splendor, and we, dressed in garments whitened in the blood of the Lamb, will become angels through sexual magic. Chapter 7-2 Rituals. There are certain dark rites that have been preserved since the earliest times of history. The sorceresses of Thessaly celebrated certain rituals in their cemeteries to evoke the shadows of their dead. On the anniversary of the death of their loved ones, they would go to the graves in the cemetery and, amidst terrifying screams, they would prick their chests to make blood flow, and through this blood they would make the shadows of their deceased visible and tangible. Homer tells us in the Odyssey that Ulysses, the cunning warrior who took Troy after bloody battles, arrived at the island of Callisto, where the cruel goddess Circe, who reigned on that island, turned men into pigs. He performed a mysterious ritual with a sorcerer, who slaughtered a cow in a ditch and then evoked the soothsayer of Thebes, who materialized completely through the blood and predicted many things to Ulysses. If we recall ancient history, we will see everywhere two rituals, one of light and one of darkness. We find the holy rituals of the goddess Isis or the dark rites of Turkestan and China. Already with the holy rituals of the Rhine caves, where the Druids celebrated their festivals, or with the cult of the dark sun that Orharpa established in Atlantis. Already with the holy rituals of the mysteries of Mithras, or of the mysteries of Eleusis where sexual magic played a preponderant role, or with the dark rituals of the black yoga schools of India. Pray with the sacred rituals of the mystery schools of Samothrace or of the Dactyls, or with the holy Buddhist rituals, or with the rituals of the mysteries of Troy and Carthage, or with the dark rituals of the dark caverns where the Pains celebrated the dark mysteries of Atlantis. Everywhere we find two rituals, one of light and one of darkness, one of love and one of hate. Everywhere they celebrated and continue to celebrate rituals. We find ourselves as soon as we meet the sacrificers of Apollo or Minerva, as with the sacrificers of human holocausts to the Baals. There have always been two rituals, one of light and one of darkness. The mysteries were celebrated throughout the world. There were the Bactrian mysteries, the Babylonian mysteries, the Assyrian mysteries, the Persian mysteries, the Phoenician mysteries, the Attica mysteries, the Thracian mysteries, the Roman mysteries, the Troy mysteries, the Carthage mysteries, the Mayan mysteries, the Aztec mysteries, etc. All these schools celebrated their rituals, and alongside these schools of white mysteries, there were schools of dark mysteries, and all these schools and all these rituals were celebrated and continue to be celebrated throughout the world to this day. In Atlantis there were 7 schools of mysteries belonging to the 7 planets of our solar system. There were the mysteries of the sanctuary of Jupiter, the mysteries of the sanctuary of Venus, the mysteries of the sanctuary of Mars, the mysteries of the sanctuary of Saturn, the mysteries of the sanctuary of Mercury, the mysteries of the sanctuary of the Moon, and all of them revolved around the Gnostic sanctuary, which is that of the Sun Christ. That sanctuary was brought by the Elohim to earth, and in the form of initiatory dramas they left us all their science and all their wisdom. These 7 schools of mysteries exist to this day in the astral light, and the Holy Gnostic Church nourishes and feeds them with its wisdom. But let us not forget that just as in Atlantis there was a cult of Christ, there was also the cult of the dark sun. Just as there were the white mysteries of Jupiter, there were also the dark mysteries of Jupiter. Just as there were holy mysteries of Mercury, there were also dark mysteries of Mercury. Just as there were sacred mysteries of the moon, there were also black mysteries of the waning moon. Just as there were mysteries of Martian occultism, there were also dark mysteries of Mars. Just as there were the mysteries of the oracle of Venus, so also there were the dark mysteries of the copper cauldron of Lucifer Venus. Just as there were the mysteries of Saturn, so too there were the mysteries of Saturn Moloch. The mysteries of light were cultivated in the sacred sanctuaries, and the dark mysteries in the caverns of the earth. All these schools exist to this day in the astral light and celebrate as always their same rituals, some in temples of light and others in dark caverns. Sherenzi cultivates his science in a dark cavern because, as we have already said, he is a dark demon, he is an Anagarika. He is an active member of the dark temple Anagarika. Sherenzi ritual. We will see an authentic black ritual, a dark anointing, opposite to the Gnostic holy anointing. Cherenzist ritual, the officiant puts the sword into the fire, and then, facing east, tries to hurt the Christ Son, to isolate himself from the Christic forces that the black magician hates so much. Then he heads towards the setting sun, to congratulate himself on the darkness that the sun is going to leave behind, as if saying, I am glad, O Christ, that you are leaving me in my beloved darkness. Then, with the sword, he draws 3 concentric circles around himself, one around his feet, another around the center of his body, and another over his head, to completely isolate himself from the white light in the 3 worlds, physical, astral, and spiritual. And now that the officiant is sure that he has completely isolated himself from the Christic force that he hates so much, he proceeds to the tenebrous anointing. Naturally, he disinfects his hands with ground salt, and then he proceeds to the tenebrous anointing of unleavened bread and wine. Naturally, when we get to this part of our chapter, many readers will ask themselves, what is wrong with bread and wine, if Christ also established the holy anointing with bread and wine? And I will answer the reader as follows. What is wrong with electricity? Electricity is used to heal as well as to kill. Such is the anointing of rituals. In the Middle Ages, during Mass, the Jesuits would poison their enemies with holy anointing. And during the Black Mass, Catholic priests had no problem giving a child the consecrated host, then decapitating him and placing his head on the paten, so that some deceased person would attend the dark call and use the head to talk to his relatives. There are sorcerers who feed a toad consecrated hosts, and then sew up its eyes coldly and cruelly, baptize the toad with the name of the hated person and then wrap the toad in the clothes of the enemy, bury all this under the threshold of their victim, and then as the toad gets sicker, the person also gets sicker until he dies when the toad dies. All these kinds of black anointing are well known to black magicians. And these criminal acts inevitably fall on the heads of these villains, like a bolt of vengeance. That is why every white magician gets himself CLOSED, and for this, he uses Master Zanoni. This work is carried out in the astral, the master is invoked and he is asked to close him, and thus the white magician is protected from the dark forces of the magicians of darkness. But let us return to the matter of the Cherenzist anointing. If we fill a jar with pure water and drink it, it will be good for us. But if we fill that same jar with dirty water and drink it, it will be bad for us. The same thing happens with the anointing. Bread and wine, through the work of the ritual, can become a vehicle for the forces of Christ or the Antichrist, a vehicle for white or black magic, a vehicle for God or Satan. Sherenzi first takes good care to remove the Christic forces and then, naturally, the darkness with which the unleavened bread and wine are loaded remains in their place. And so these become accumulators of satanic atoms, which are then devoured by those attending the ritual, who assimilate within their physical and astral organisms, atoms of a demonic nature. This, then, dear reader, is the black anointing. During the Middle Ages, the Black Mass was celebrated in Europe, and it was used for evil, anointing, and sexual forces. I will transcribe here a description of the Black Mass, taken from the work of Huysmans. That book says the following: as a rule, a priest officiated. He stripped completely, then put on an ordinary chasuble. On the altar lay a naked woman, usually the demandatrix. 2 naked women acted as altar boys, sometimes adolescents were used, who had to be necessarily naked. Those who attended the act dressed or undressed according to the whim of the moment. The priest carried out all the exercises of the ritual, and those present accompanied this representation with some obscene gesture. The atmosphere was evidently becoming more and more charged, the environment becoming extremely fluidic. Everything contributed to this: silence, darkness, and contemplation. The fluid was attractive, that is, it put the participants in contact with the elementals. If during this ceremony the woman lying on the altar concentrated her thoughts on a desire, it was not unusual for a completely real transmission to occur, a transmission that turned the person who was the object of it into a true obsession. The goal had been achieved. That day or during the following days, the phenomenon was observed to occur, and it was attributed to the goodness of Satan. However, this fluidic environment always had a drawback. It exasperated the nerves, and produced in some member of the assembly a hysterical crisis that sometimes became collective. It was not unusual to see women going mad at one point, tearing off their dresses, and men engaged in disorderly gestures. Soon even 2 or 3 women would fall to the ground, seized by violent convulsions. They were simply mediums who fell into a trance. It was said that they were possessed, and everyone seemed satisfied. This is the end of Heisman's story. Through it we can understand how humanity has used sexual forces and dark rituals for unworthy acts. It is clear that during such a session, the state of nervous excitement and the terrible sexual force make the thought flow soaked in creative energy, and the result is the magical phenomenon. In Atlantis, black magicians also used similar rituals, combined with sexual forces, which, as we have already said, are the cause of electricity. The result of this abuse was the sinking of Atlantis with a terrible cataclysm. For sexual forces are intimately linked with the elements of nature. And so the final catastrophe occurred. Here, reader, there have always been 2 rituals, one of light and one of darkness. We have already seen some dark rituals, now let us see something about the Holy Gnostic Church. Our Gnostic Church is situated in the astral. Its temple is the Temple of Initiations. This is the church to which the divine Rabbi of Galilee belonged, and it proceeds from the mysteries. These sacred mysteries were instituted by the angels. The Gnostic Church is the authentic primitive church, the true Christian church to which all the first saints of the Catholic Church, which at that time was Gnos Catholic, belonged. This is the primitive and most ancient church of our Lord Jesus Christ, which preserves all the secret teachings of the Master. It was owned by the Patriarch Basilides, a famous alchemist who left a 7-page lead book which is preserved in the Kircher Museum in the Vatican. Naturally, archaeologists have not been able to understand this book, since they lack knowledge of occult science. Basilides was a disciple of Saint Matthias. To it belonged Saturninus of Antioch, the famous Kabbalist, Simon the magician, Carpocrates, who founded many convents in Spain, Marcion of Pontus, Saint Thomas, Valentine, Saint Augustine, Tertullian, Saint Ambrose, Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Epiphanius, Clement of Alexandria, Mark, who took care of the holy unction and left us extraordinary teachings on the path of the seminal forces through the 12 doors of our organism. Certain, Empedocles, Saint Jerome and many other great saints of the Roman Catholic Church belong to it. I do not agree with Master Heurística, and I say this with the greatest respect, that our Church has only 3 sacraments, called baptism, Eucharist and extreme unction. As an initiate of the Gnostic Church, I affirm that our Church has also established the principle of its holy sacraments, which is that of matrimony. In this sacrament, the woman is clothed in the dress of a priestess of the Gnostic Church, and is given as a priestess wife to her husband. The venerable masters of the White Lodge officiate in this, and she becomes the worthy wife, through whom the awakening of the Kundalini and the high initiation are obtained. This is the perfect matrimony. The Gnostic Church gives more importance to Christ than to any other founder of religion, and this is because between the Divine Master and the other founders of religion there was a great difference, and this difference was the resurrection. Neither Muhammad, nor Confucius, nor Lao Tse resurrected. Buddha the Great, Amitha, did not resurrect either. all of them ended for our physical world. Their resurrection was for the internal worlds only, when they reunited with their innermosts. And only the astral body of Christ returned and perpetuated itself with all its forces. And that astral through the chemical ether makes the plants grow and remains enclosed in the seed, that Christonic essence, which we offer in the Holy Eucharistic anointing. Thus, Christ is giving life to everything that exists. His resurrection was perfect. And that is why the Holy Gnostic Church gives more importance to Christ than to any other founder of religion. For us Gnostics, Christ is a cosmic biological fact of great importance. That is why we speak of the cosmic Christ, the historical Christ and the liquid Christ. And it is because Christ, whose true name is Maitreya, is a power of the universe, whose aura is already producing great phenomena in the atmosphere of our planet. Our Holy Gnostic Church, located in the astral, officiates constantly and the initiates attend the Praetor, during which they receive the Holy Eucharistic anointing. Many of these initiates attend in the astral body and others carry their physical bodies in the genus state, and thus receive the holy anointing. The initiated priest perceives the substance of Christ in a state of ecstasy, and by operating magically, he transmits his own influence to the bread and wine, awakening the Christonic substance that resides within it, so that it works within our physical and astral organisms. The priest wears 3 superimposed vestments and a cap. The 3 vestments represent our 3 bodies, physical, astral and spiritual, and the cap means that he is a man. When he preaches, he covers his head as if to signify that he is only expressing personal opinions. The altar of the office means the earth, the foot of the chalice, the stem of the plant, and the sacred cup, the flower. This means that the substance of Christ penetrates all of nature and makes the stem grow, give the ear of grain, and finally materializes into the grain. Given the grain, everything else dies. Within that power of the wheat lies the entire Christ substance, which gives life to our entire organism, because if it were not for that Christ substance in us, it would be impossible for us to live. The sun is the basis of everything. The same thing happens with wine. The life of Christ's Son is contained in the grape, which we bring to our body with the holy anointing. Epiphany means the manifestation or revelation, or the ascension of Christ in us. We achieve this with the holy anointing and with sexual magic. Dietrich, the great theologian, says, to find the desired religar or union with divinity, one must do so through these 4 paths: receiving God, the Eucharist, loving union, sexual magic, filial love, feeling like a child of God, death and reincarnation. The Gnostic lives these 4 paths in their entirety. The entire humanity can attend the Holy Gnostic Church, located in the astral. There, worship takes place on Fridays and Sundays at dawn, or when good needs to be done for humanity. Many attend the Praetor in the astral body, others with the physical body, as we have already said, in the state of genus. Naturally, he who wants to learn to travel in his astral to attend the Praetor, or he who wants to learn to travel with his physical body in the state of genus to attend the temple, will have to learn how to do it. For this purpose, the disciple needs to have faith and tenacity, because there are many who learn this in the same day, and there are others who take months and even entire years to learn what others do in one day. Everything depends on the evolution of the individual. The key to leaving the astral body is very simple. You just have to fall asleep while pronouncing the powerful mantram, that is, the magic words, tai, re. The exact punctuation indicates the manner of pronunciation. And then, when the disciple is in that state of transition between wakefulness and sleep, he will go deeply into himself through reflection, and then he will gently rise from his bed. He will then take flight towards the Gnostic Church situated in the astral. And the key to bringing the physical body into the genus state is the following. The disciple will take advantage of the precise moment of awakening from his normal sleep to get up from his bed filled with terrible and fanatical faith, but keeping the dream. And then, filled with faith and more faith, he will set out through space towards the Gnostic Church. Any analysis, doubt or hesitation harms the experiment. This must be done at the precise moment of awakening or falling asleep, and keeping the dream. Many people do it the same day they learn this key, others spend years learning it. As I said, it all depends on the state of evolution of each person. The author does it wonderfully, and most of his disciples are already trained in this. I give these keys so that everyone can attend the preter. I know well that I will be ridiculed even by certain spiritualist, know-it-alls, of Colombia, but the immense love that I feel for humanity compels me to give all human beings the keys of initiation. For many readers this book will be nonsense and nothing more, but for those prepared, this book will be something great, sublime, extraordinary, because in it they will find the very key to high initiation. In our Gnostic Church we cultivate a strong and powerful self, and a robust and powerful personality. And therefore we are not disconcerted by anyone's mockery. When the physical body enters the genus state, it seems to inflate, or swell, momentarily while acting within the astral plane, and the astral forces penetrate and invade it completely. This is a kind of voluntary and totally conscious sleepwalking. If sleepwalkers knew something about the states of genus, they would happily act with their physical body within the astral plane at all times. They would only need to pull their physical body inwards, towards the astral. It happens that the ego subconsciously pulls its physical body inwards, towards the astral, by means of an atom contained in the Turkish chair, which allows it to do this. It is only necessary to want to act within the astral plane, for the subconscious to carry out this phenomenon that allowed Simon the magician to float above the earth before astonished crowds, and Christ to walk on the waters of the Sea of Galilee without sinking. And so it was that the four thrones, or four lords of the flame, brought their physical bodies to earth, from Venus, during the time of Atlantis. I am very sorry that my dear brothers, Theosophists and Rosicrucians, are ignorant of these things, so simple and easy that any humble old woman from the countryside, commonly called a witch, does it wonderfully. And these humble people have no letters in their heads, but they do more wonders than all the Rosicrucian brothers and Theosophists put together. And it is because they, in contact with nature, preserve wonderful faculties that the men of the city have damaged by their many letters and by the artificial life in which they live. But after this digression necessary to clarify this chapter, let us return to our Gnostic ritual. When the Catholic officiant goes from the epistle side to the gospel side, for some it is the departure of Christ from Herod to Pilate, and for others it is the passage from the Gentiles to the Jews. But in reality it is the passage from one world to another, after the disembodiment. We Gnostics use a different habit in each season. In the astral there are angels who constantly change or take turns in their work of helping humanity. Thus, we have the angels, Raphael in spring, Uriel in summer, Michael in autumn, Gabriel in winter. All of these attend the preter. Of all the prayers, the most powerful is the Lord's Prayer. And the Gnostic gives extreme importance to this prayer because he knows that it is a great, magical prayer of great power. Imagination, inspiration, intuition, are the three paths of initiation. Master Heurística says the following. First, it is necessary to see spiritual things internally, and then we must listen to the verb or the divine word to have our spiritual organism prepared for intuition. This trinity is found in the first three supplications of the Our Father, namely, Hallowed be thy name, that is, the divine verb, the magnificent name of God, the creative word. Thy kingdom come, that is, with the pronunciation of the verb of the mantra comes the pleroma, the divine kingdom. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. This is what union with the innermost consists of, and everything is resolved. With these three requests we have asked for integrity, and if one day we achieve it we will already be gods, and therefore we will no longer need to ask. The Gnostic Church is the religion of joy and beauty. We therefore open our doors to all who wish to attend our holy rituals during which the masters officiate. Chapter 8: The Two Marias. There are two goddesses of extraordinary beauty. One is the white goddess and the other is the black goddess. The two faces of nature, light and darkness. Nature and its shadow. One is of terribly divine beauty, the other is of terribly evil beauty. One is the bronze serpent that healed the Israelites in the desert, the other is the tempting serpent of Eden. Sherenzi's work, El Kundalini, will admire the beautiful song to nature that Omar Sherenzi Lind stamped in this book. Naturally, no one would even think for a moment that this book is a work of black magic, but what Sherenzi is singing about is the black goddess, the dark ocean of nature, or rather, the shadow of nature. The best black magicians sing about the black goddess. They have their dark initiations analogous to the white initiations. They are the worshippers of the goddess of darkness. They love the world of darkness. They give it all their love and sing to the black goddess. On their altars there is always the statue of the black goddess, among the sinister display case. I am going to relate a black initiation such as we observed between two collaborators in the astral. The neophyte was taken out of his physical body into his astral during the hour of sleep. A party was held for him in a street. All those at the party were black magicians. Then the neophyte was taken to a dark yellow temple. That dark temple, seen from a distance, had the harmless appearance of a yellow church. The interior of that strange temple had the appearance of a palace with wide corridors and was 2 stories high. The walls were yellow. There everything was celebration and joy. Thousands of dark and weak black magicians, as all black magicians are, surrounded the neophyte and congratulated themselves on his triumph. That was a true coven. That was a rejoicing of the darkness, which weakly wandered with their sinister and spectral forms. Suddenly, in the midst of the hubbub, a great initiate of the Black Lodge stands on a stone pedestal, wearing a white tunic like a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing. He makes a grandiloquent speech during which he states, "I will be faithful to my religion. Nothing will make me take a step back. This is sacred." There the neophyte was marked with a seal, which was first placed in the fire, and the mark was left below the left lung, and that mark was triangular and had gray and black colors. And the name was also marked on the thighs of the left forearm in black letters. And finally the poor victim was taken before the statue of terribly evil beauty that represents the black goddess. The disciple crossed his legs in the Anagarika style. He placed his hands on his waist and then triumphantly returned to his physical body, eager to continue studying the doctrine of Sherenzi with greater determination, in order to have the sad honor of later being an Anagarika. We only need to know now the hidden chemistry of the bottles that the black magicians brought to the room to treat his astral body. So, dear reader, the path of the black goddess is a path of darkness, and in the darkness there are marvelous temples and sumptuous black initiations. Beelzebub is a black initiate of the 13th initiation. And in each black initiation the initiate separates himself more and more from the innermost, until he becomes a horrible demon. The black goddess is personified by the black magician Saint Mary, and the white goddess is personified by Mary, the mother of Jesus. These are, then, the two Marys. The white goddess is the diamond soul of the Logos, and the priestess wife officiates during the cult of sexual magic at the altar of the mother goddess of the world, and thus man is charged with divine universal forces and becomes a god. That is the mother of the cosmos, that is Mary the mother of Jesus Christ, that is Astarte, that is Cybele, that is Rhea. That is the mother goddess of the world, the diamond soul of the Logos. The two Marys live in eternal struggle. Mary mother of Jesus and Saint Mary of Altina are the rival goddesses. When a black magician has harmonized his personal consciousness with the consciousness of the black goddess, with the consciousness of Proserpina, queen of the underworld, then he becomes an Anagarika, and a demon like Martin Igor and his henchmen of the Anagarika temple. Here, dear reader, are the dark initiations that Sherenzi gives to his disciples, taking advantage of the hour when they are sleeping. What would be the surprise of Ernesto Lamy, the venerable Anagarika, when upon disembodiment, he found himself surrounded by demons? However, I dare to think that this did not cause him surprise, because internally he was already familiar with them, and it is logical that upon entering the astral, with the kundalini awakened negatively by means of lust, poor Ernesto Lamy was also a titular instructor of the University of Firenze, another demon. "Peace be with you," he says when greeting the white magician, and the person being greeted answers, "And with your spirit as well." The black magician greets thus, "You are served, demon," and the greeted demon responds, "And which of the two is worth more?" Chapter 9, Reincarnation and Karma. When disembodiment arrives, an angel called the Angel of Death comes to the sickbed, and the dying person usually sees him in the form of a skull. The mission of this angel is to break the silver cord that connects the astral with the physical body of man. The first 3 days the deceased sees his entire life flash before him in retrospect, from death to birth, and feels ashamed when he sees the bad deeds he has committed, and rejoices when he sees the good deeds he has done. Days later, the disembodied person is seen to be engaged in the same daily tasks and occupations as if nothing had happened. He remains convinced that he is still in the flesh. Only little by little does his consciousness awaken, until finally, little by little, he becomes aware of his new situation. This is analogous to the newborn child who, during the first years of his life, remains convinced that he is in the astral plane, and for this reason the child has no qualms about jumping off a cliff if left on the edge of the abyss, because he still believes that he is in the astral plane. Only little by little does he become aware of his new environment, and it is because nature does not make leaps. The entire atomic universe of man is slowly turning around the inner axis of the intimate, and, after some time, the man takes his authentic feminine form, because as we have already said, in the astral the man is a woman, and the woman is a man. The wheel of that inner universe made of atoms turns incessantly until it makes a complete revolution. The lower atomic mass that previously corresponded to that part of the body that goes from the waist down is placed from the waist up, and the part that corresponded to that upper part of the body, that is, from the waist up, is placed the other way around. And little by little the human form of the astral body fades away. The feet begin to become blurred until finally the ego leaves the astral body and penetrates into the regions of the thrones and seraphim, that is, into the world of mind and natural causes, in successive order. But only well-prepared souls enter the world of mind. In these subtle regions of nature the human being retains his human form, for that is the most perfect form of creation. Only the halo of the internal bodies is ovoid and not the nucleus, because the nucleus has a human figure, even in the highest gods of the seventh hall of nirvana, and I can prove that to any clairvoyant who is able to travel with me to these regions. Not all human beings enter the world of the mind as Theosophists and Rosicrucians wrongly claim. Most human beings return from the astral, after remaining many times countless years in that astral plane. Most human beings remain in the astral until their new reincarnation, and the well-prepared souls that enter the world of mind are happy, but after some time of happiness in those divine regions corresponding to the world of mind and natural causes, the ego again feels the longing to return to the school of life to advance a little further on the path of perfection. And then appears in those regions of the seraphim and lords of the mind, the first attempt at an organism, and the subtle matter that belonged to the lower part of the human trunk, becomes the basis for the construction of the brain, throat, chest, etc., etc., and vice versa. The vital base that previously corresponded to the upper part of the trunk, now becomes the very basis of the lower part of the trunk of the human body. Thus, if the individual has wasted his seminal matter in lust, it is logical that he will not have a sufficient vital base to build his new brain, and the result will be a deficient brain. But the pure and chaste will have seminal matter to form an extraordinary brain that will allow him to advance rapidly in evolution. And the ego takes with it its astral seminal matter when it disembodies, which can be clairvoyantly observed as a pink-colored substance made of very high voltage, transformative atoms. The organism is made based on the creative power of nature, which resides in the same sexual force, and the new environment in which we have to act is based on the same sexual relations of our past reincarnation, because in each sexual act with certain people, our astral body receives certain astral marks, which come to determine our new environment, and thus the human being has to repeat the new acts of his past reincarnation, plus the good and bad consequences of the past acts. Each life is, therefore, a repetition of the past, plus its consequences. But not everything is repetition either. There is a law called epigenesis, that is, the creation of new acts that engender certain effects. The Lords of Destiny keep a rigorous record of all our actions, and they comply with the duty of the law. There are 4 of them that are the most important. They are the 4 dragons of wisdom, which rule the 4 winds, and dwell in the 4 cardinal points of the earth. When man unites with the inner self, he no longer has karma to pay, because when a higher law transcends a lower law, the higher law washes away the lower law. And thus it is confirmed that the blood of the Lamb erases the sins of the world. There is human karma, there is the karma of angels, and there is the karma of gods. And the lords of karma are the only ones who have the right to pass through the forbidden ring, and enter the absolute whenever they want. They know the powerful wisdom of darkness. The forbidden ring is beyond nirvana and is the very root of the cosmos. Only the lords of karma can pass through it. In that sublime region of yellow light there is a great sacred temple within which one sees an altar, with a resplendent yellow tablecloth, a chalice and some symbolic rings. When I, on WEOR, tried to pass from there to the Absolute, a great hierarch interrupted my step, saying, "No one passes from here, nor can I pass in this way. Only when the cosmic night arrives do we have that right, but no one can remain permanently in the Absolute until he is freed from the code of the laws of nature, because even the highest gods who dwell in the forbidden ring are slaves of the laws of nature. We must fight to enter the Absolute. In the next chapter we will study the Absolute itself. In our seminiferous canals, there are atoms that typify each of our past reincarnations, and in the astral, we can remember those past lives, just by trying to remember them, because on that plane, remembering something is living it again. When the ego penetrates the new maternal womb, it psychically attracts the atoms of its past physical body, and begins to build the new physical body with them. Pharaoh Khafra and I, on WEOR, had to bring our Egyptian mummies, placing them in a jina's state to free some atoms that we needed for our bodies. We achieved this with the help of the Father, who is the highest initiate of the mind. Also 2 high Egyptian initiates, one of them, Hermes Trismegistus, and the other a guardian of the mysteries of ancient Egypt, collaborated with the Father in this work. He who wants to remember his past lives must learn to travel in the astral body, and if he asks the masters there on that plane, they will gladly make him relive his past and his past lives in the astral. The guru of every human being is the guardian angel who guides us through our countless reincarnations, and every human being has a guardian angel, that is, his guru. The guardian angel keeps in his book an exact record of each of our actions, both good and bad, and this book is constantly recorded by the lords of karma. There are 2 large books, one of deaths and another of births. The book of deaths is called the Black Book. The name with which each individual is registered in the karmic books is with his secret name, that is, with the name of his intimate. Sherenzi has used countless names in his writings, but he himself, to this day, is unaware of his true hidden name, because he is not an initiate. In the karmic books he appears under the hidden name of Vorhilland, that is his real name, and he has a terrible karma to pay. We are only waiting for his time to be fulfilled to disincarnate, and he will be taken to the 8th sphere of the Black Moon, where only crying and gnashing of teeth can be heard. It is clear that Sherenzi, upon hearing the name of his intimate for the first time, Vorhilland, his real self, will laugh at me, because no black magician believes in the inner self. The black magician only accepts as his higher self the guardian of the threshold, that is, his Satan, his animal self, the inner beast. KH declares that the individual spirit does not exist and that only the universal spirit exists. He denies his own intimate called Vor Hilland. Shirenzi denies karma because he is a black magician, a horrible and monstrous transgressor of the law, and to give free rein to his brutal appetites. He cynically says that good and evil do not exist, and that a thing is good when it suits us and bad when it does not suit us. They are only interested in enjoying their vices. Raise the glass of delight, caress the nubile breasts, drink the wine of filth, and kiss the lips of fire, of the beautiful prostitutes, until they fall unconscious, remembering dear times, from their grandparents, the gold and silver rings, and the rich paving of porphyry and hyacinth, the braided manes, and the scarlet purple, the pale maidens, and the mandrake liquor. When on a night of vigil and wine, liquor glasses shone, of the sumptuous banquets, and the filthy courtesans amusing themselves, they drank from the cup of shamelessness until death. When the wigs are powdered, and the neat coats of the grandparents, they shone at the feasts, and the silver cup, from hand to hand, he carried the deadly poison to everyone. When the blonde manes, like golden waterfalls, divine, fell into the arms, turned into pieces and prostituted. When the black caverns, from ancient times, they celebrated their most cruel orgies, and horrible and crazy faces, they shouted blasphemies and died. Vice, fornication, filth, greed, hatred, villainy, that is what black magicians love, and that is why they only recognize as their higher self, the guardian of the threshold, whom they call the guardian of their conscience, and they call fornication divine elation, and they sing to it. Terrible misfortune awaits the fanatics of the god Undurik, the master instructor of Yahweh. 1950 marks the beginning of a fundamental work on the inner worlds in the evolutionary path of humanity. Millions of depraved and demonic souls are currently being imprisoned in that small satellite of our Earth now called the Black Moon. These souls will be completely removed from our current evolutionary wave and will only be allowed to take shape again in a new cosmic cycle, thousands of years from now. It was completely impossible to enter into the new age that was approaching with an environment darkened by crime, hatred, and prostitution. The Venerable White Lodge has resolved not to leave on the astral plane of our planet Earth not a single black magician, not a single murderer, not a single prostitute. Millions of demonic beings have been confined in the 8th sphere of the Black Moon, where only crying and gnashing of teeth can be heard. Their Yahweh and his hosts, their Ahriman and his hosts, author of the superficiality and stupid materialism of the Dark Ages, their Lucifer, author of the brutal intercourse that took us away from Eden and plunged us into this valley of tears and enslaved us in the terrible folly of the intellect. Millions of depraved beings have found their home there. In the Black Book of the Dead, we register daily with Master Moria the new deaths that occur, and the souls of the worthy will remain in the astral of our planet Earth, while they are provided with new physical bodies that allow them to live in the age of Aquarius. 18 million years were given to humanity to evolve. Man will now have to define himself definitively: angel or devil, eagle or reptile. The souls of the wicked who are disembodied will all be taken to the darkness of the despair of the Black Moon. The White Lodge is judging humanity with an iron rod, and no depraved soul will be able to reincarnate on our planet any longer. As a result, from this year 1950 onwards, there will be an increase in the number of deaths and a decrease in the number of births, that is to say, many more people will die than are born. And in Aquarius only a small portion of humanity will live on the face of our Earth, because as we have already said, much more than half of human souls were lost, and only a part will be able to take shape in the age of Aquarius. From 1950 onwards, only souls well prepared for the age of Aquarius will be able to reincarnate. The truthfulness of this report for the spiritualists of the world will soon be confirmed by statistics from all countries throughout the world. Babylon the Great, our current corrupt civilization, will fall. The great buildings, banks, corporations, brothels, etc., and all the great cathedrals of all beliefs, sects, religions, political parties and cloying plutocracies of medieval times will collapse. The chains of all slaveries will break and the tyrants will fall dead biting the edge of their own bayonets. Justice is the supreme mercy and the supreme impiety of the law. The time for consideration is over. Now only the terrible shine of the sword of justice piercing the infamous hearts of the executioners. Even though this may seem like a contradiction with the chapter, The Great Battle, of our present work, this is not the case. These were events that occurred at the last minute and after having closed the aforementioned chapter. We could have left this information for our book in preparation entitled The Revolution of Bell, but the case is of such grave importance for the present moment of human evolution, that we felt it necessary to insert these words at the end of this chapter. In chapter 20 of the Apocalypse we read the following verbatim. 1 degree, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key to the abyss and a great chain in his hand. 2, and he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. Here 1,000 years means an age of several thousand years. 3, and he cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled, and after that he must be loosed for a little season. This will be in a future age of darkness, after the luminous age of Aquarius has passed. I, on WEOR, speaking as an intimate, that is, as an angel, for all the intimates of human beings are angelic, was the one who received the order from the Venerable White Lodge to arrest Yahweh and his dark hosts. This event occurred in the month of March 1950, when the present edition was about to be finished printing. I, on WEOR, am the one who carries the key to the abyss in my hand and the great chain of which the Apocalypse speaks, and bearing witness to the truth I say the following. I arrested Yahweh and led him to the 8th sphere of the black moon. The evil in the world is terrifying. I myself have led thousands of millions of evil beings to the astral subplane of the great astral plane of that satellite called Lilith by astronomers, and which is the black moon. All the temples and universities and halls of the brothers of the dark caverns are being left without their proselytes because thousands of demonic souls are being led towards that distant satellite of our planet Earth. Thus, I sound the alarm to all the sons of men to prepare themselves in this terrible hour of the great decision. The millennium has arrived, and the souls of the beings who are going to disincarnate, if they are not properly prepared for the new age of Aquarius, will be irremediably led to the 8th sphere of the black moon, where only crying and gnashing of teeth are heard, where only the unclean air of the great beast and of the false prophet called Yahweh is breathed. From now on, only those souls who are properly prepared will be able to take shape in this new age that is approaching. In our future work, The Revolution of Bell, we will speak extensively about the millennium. The astral plane of our planet is being completely cleansed of all kinds of black magicians and depraved souls, and there will not be a single thief, a single fornicator, a single prostitute left on that plane. The internal worlds act as levels of control for all the activities of the physical world, and if the astral plane had not received a substantial modification, it would have become impossible to modify the conscious, mental and volitional energies of humanity that lives on the physical plane, and consequently the luminous cycle of Aquarius would logically have failed completely. I know too well that the courage I have had in claiming to be the angel of the great chain and the key, who seized the dragon, that is to say, the evil of the world, and locked Yahweh in the darkness of the 8th sphere of the black moon, will be totally ridiculed, and I will be the laughingstock of this last generation of vipers, with which Kali Yuga, the Black Age, ends. But as this book is written especially for the age of Aquarius, I do not care about the criticism of fools, nor am I disconcerted by the thunderous laughter of Aristophanes. Woe to you, generation of vipers, wicked humanity! On April 12, 1950, the gods judged the great harlot, the present humanity, and considered it unworthy. The sentence was, to the abyss. To the abyss. To the abyss. Interpretation: all the forces of evil that man himself has created will be unleashed, and of this great Babylon not one stone will be left standing. The Third Great World War is already inevitable, and with it the greater part of present humanity will perish. This sad reality will be confirmed in a short time. This last Great War will also be necessary, since there are millions of demonic souls that currently have a physical body, and their disembodiment is necessary in order to lead them to the eighth sphere of the Black Moon, a plane of consciousness called by Master EPB in her secret doctrine the Avicii. This is the global karma of humanity, and there is a need to cleanse the atmosphere of the world, to begin the luminous age of Aquarius. This indispensable transformation will be done no matter what the cost, as the gods have declared. In the age of Aquarius, the human population will certainly be very small, because as we have already said, most of the human species was lost. But the infinite wisdom of the Logos has everything well planned. People from other worlds will come to our Earth to replace the lost humans, and they will turn the Earth into a true paradise. And they will enlighten humanity. And they will come in the flesh. The famous flying saucers are precisely perfect airplanes flown by pilots from a certain planet. Some of them have tried to land and have crashed, because their ships are not yet equipped to land on our planet. But then they will be able to settle on our Earth, and then they will enlighten humanity. These children of light look like children of 10 or 12 years old, because they are tiny and their faces are rosy like the dawn, and they have all their hidden senses awake. In their ships they sit on small seats covered with purple cloth and calmly steer their perfect ships. Two collaborators in our internal bodies questioned one of these crews thus: "Why don't you come to us?" A. Because we can't. Several cases have already happened, implying crashed ships. And he added, with time we will be able to. So dear reader, listen to me. The light will come after the great harlot has fallen, totally, into the abyss. In chapter 19 of the Apocalypse, verses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. The following is read verbatim. "And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, which in righteousness judgeth and maketh war. And his eyes were like a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written which no one understood except himself. And he was clothed with a garment dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies that were in heaven followed him on white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth comes a sharp sword with which to strike down the nations. And he will rule them with a rod of iron. And he will tread the winepress of the fury and wrath of Almighty God. And on his robe and on his thigh he has a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and crying with a loud voice, saying to all the birds that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather together unto the supper of the great God, so that you may eat the flesh of kings and captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, small and great. And I saw the beast, and the kings of the earth, and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse, and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought the signs before him, and with whom he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These two were cast into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone, and the rest were killed with the sword that came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse. And all the birds were filled with their flesh. I, AUN, WEOR, the most ancient hierophant of the Egyptian mysteries, in the name of the eternal living God, who created heaven and the things that are in it, and the earth and the things that are in it, do solemnly swear that I am the rider of the white horse spoken of in the Apocalypse in chapter 19. Certainly I, AUN, WEOR, ride the astral white horse that is given to the high initiates. Certainly I, AUN, WEOR, carry many diadems on my spiritual temples. Certainly I, AUN, WEOR, received the sword of justice after the terrible initiatory tests. The abyss, and the lake of burning sulfur fire, is the same Avicii that HPB speaks of in the 6th volume of the Secret Doctrine. This Avicii is a region of nature. And the Avicii of the Black Moon is different from that of the Earth. Each planet has its own Avicii. The kings of the earth are the black magicians that I, AUN WEOR, am imprisoning in the Avicii of the black moon. The beast is evil humanity, and the false prophet is Yahweh. Millions of men and women became demons, and all of them passed into the Avicii. In the next Great World War, millions of demons will be disembodied, and I, AUN WEOR, will judge with an iron rod in Avicii. Woe to those who trade in soul trading. The AMORC of California is a soul trading school, a black lodge founded by a black magician, who is currently in the Avicii of the black moon, with a rope around his neck. The Israel Rojas School of Columbia is a school that does not have the support of the White Lodge because its leader was expelled from the bosom of the White Lodge due to his commercialism of souls, and his pride, vanity and despotism. Woe to those who betray the White Brotherhood, for upon them will fall the terrible sword of cosmic justice. Woe to the fornicators and the adulterers and sorcerers. The sword of justice will pierce the hearts of the wicked. Are you not ashamed, Rosicrucian spiritualists of Colombia, to think that your leader Israel Rojas are engaged in a fight to the death only for the love of your purses, with that certain Omar Sharenzi? Lind? 2 leaders are in the grip of your money. Shame on you. Christ did not come to trade souls. Christ did not establish classrooms, nor correspondence courses in the style of AMORC in California, nor luminary centers, sanctums, Rosicrucian seminaries like Sharenzi, nor absurd dogmatisms like Roman Catholicism. Christ did not charge for baptisms, nor did he say that masses had to be paid for, nor did he wear a black cassock, nor did he cast curses or excommunications on anyone, nor did he collect tithes and first fruits. We Gnostics do not form classrooms or schools, because there is no better school than the home, nor a better priest than love, nor a better temple than the cathedral of the soul. The Catholic religion is the enemy of Christ. The gods judged the great harlot and found her unworthy. The gods' sentence was, to the abyss, to the abyss, to the abyss. The mark of the beast is the horns on the forehead of the astral bodies of the wicked. Pope Pius XII seen clairvoyantly has large horns, wears a red tunic and cape, and as the great hierarch of the Black Lodge, has a tail, and is, therefore, a demon. He and his conclave of cardinals study black magic. They do not believe in Christ, they love Yahweh and believe in Yahweh. Christ is only a good business for them. The College of Cardinals has established a secret chair of black magic in the Vatican. All corrupt capitalism and all Western materialism with its brothels and sodomies is a gigantic octopus, whose head is the Pope. To the abyss, to the abyss, to the abyss. Chapter 10 Flying Spheres. They are not flying saucers, but flying spheres. They follow the planetary process of rotation. Their rotary movement is from left to right, which makes them ascend or descend when the movement is slow. In the center of the sphere, as shown in the engraving, there are some fins or fan-shaped blades that absorb the cosmic ether, which is conducted through a tube and then burned in a deposit by means of a ray of light that is not the same as the flame we use. Observed clairvoyantly, it appears to be a small wheel in the manner of our emery to sharpen steel objects. This small stone that turns incessantly produces the ray that burns the ether, which becomes the permanent fuel that gives the impulse to the sphere. Once the cosmic ether is burned, it causes 2 continuous movements with the expulsion of the jet, the rotary one, and the impulse of the ship. This exit jet also has a third use, and that is that it serves as a rudder for the ship. With a small downward movement, the sphere begins to ascend. With the movement of its tail rudder upwards, the sphere tilts downwards and descends. The same to take to the left or right. It is the exit jet that makes it take the course. When the ether is burned, it produces enough heat inside the sphere to protect the small pilots, and the external rotation movement heats the entire sphere, allowing it to pass through the great planetary cold without accumulating ice or other gases that are in the firmament. The sphere rotates on its own axis. As can be seen in the engraving, it has a perpendicular axis and rotates on this. The cabin where the small pilots go is attached to this axis. Therefore, it is immovable despite the speed with which it rotates externally. The cabin contains two small clocks that indicate its direction, one and the other. Its speed, by means of a small lever they give the movement to its jet, and the speed by means of a button or accelerator that they operate with their foot. This goes in or out and can be held at a certain point, always giving the same speed. To fall to the ground, it opens a fan that it has below, as can be seen in the engraving. This fan collects a cone-shaped very fine soil in the landing fields and falls gently on them. To rise it only needs the rotary movement, and this makes it rise quickly. It remains with a reserve of ether in the form of pressure, so that when it comes out it causes the movement. This rotary movement is what has not allowed it to fall to the ground until now, so that when it touches the ground while the ship is spinning it immediately crashes. The speed is given by the jet output, according to its intensity. The movement from right to left is similar to that of the helicopter wings and can remain fixed in one point, just like the helicopter. The most powerful fuel in the universe is ether. This is found everywhere, therefore these ships found or solved the continuous movement that our wise men have been looking for so much, because when the sphere rotates on its axis, it introduces ether. Then when this is burned, it produces the force, and with its jet output it continues giving movement to the sphere, or rather it makes it rotate and at the same time propels it, so this movement is continuous. This indicates that gasoline-powered airplanes will go out of fashion very soon. This fuel is very heavy, dangerous, and takes up a lot of space. All this will go to the museums of antiquities. Thus, the wings will go out of fashion. We will have to fly like the celestial spheres. The rotary movement, as we said, is controllable. That is, it increases or decreases according to the intensity of the jet output. There are small and large spheres, capable of transporting huge crews. The inhabitants of our planet Earth were not able to travel to other planets, but these men from other planets will come to civilize us because we are savages. To conclude this study of the flying spheres, I have to tell the men of science that this is not a more or less pompous or more or less vague theory. This is a palpitating reality. The 4 collaborators who investigated these ships were inside them and conferred with their young pilots, so this study is neither a theory nor a hypothesis, nor an opinion. It is simply reality. Scientists can do the same if they learn to go out in the astral. In our midst, many people have believed that these saucers are instruments of destruction or secret weapons invented by Russia, and that possibly these machines are moved by radar or other similar inventions, but there is no such thing. They are not machines of destruction like those invented by men. They are perfect ships that will bring us civilization, because we are not civilized. We are cannibals in tuxedos. In Russia there is a wise man who has managed to communicate with these pilots by means of radio waves. This wise man is helped by AUN WEOR, that is, the WEOR of Russia, who is one of the 7 WEORs of the Holy Gnostic Church. Our brother Sir WEOR of the United States is not unaware of this either. Scientists who wish to investigate the flying spheres should study this book carefully, and take the trouble to develop their own inner or hidden powers, and thus they will be able to enter triumphantly and victoriously into the amphitheater of cosmic science. When the pilots of the flying spheres establish their abode on Earth, they will have to enlighten us, and then there will be splendor and wisdom. They are wise and holy at the same time. They are small in stature and their faces are rosy like the dawn. Their mission will be to enlighten the future humanity of Aquarius. The report given by Mr. Lapides, stating that flying saucers are a secret weapon of the United States, is not true. They are mere assumptions or news to flatter certain readers. The reports provided by Mr. Echeverry Marquez based on an English document owned by an English officer, wanting to use it to explain the flying saucers, are also a simple assumption. All these reports are to try to give authorship to an invention that is not from our planet and to provide flattering news to thousands of readers. If flying saucers were secret weapons, what would they do flying over minor cities, over fields, avoiding encounters with other planes, causing unexpected movements between them, flying serenely and finally, in full view of thousands of spectators? Whether the stubborn people of the 20th century like it or not, they will have to convince themselves that flying saucers are planes from another planet, piloted by human beings millions of times wiser than the tail-wearing, spectacled, and cup-wearing donkeys of our afflicted earth. Chapter 11 The Absolute. When the soul has already united with the innermost, and the innermost through it has become a master of the cosmos, then a new aspiration opens up before the innermost, and that is to unite with the ray from which the innermost itself proceeded. Thus, in the final analysis, we are a ray of the Absolute, a breath of the Absolute that is unknown to itself. This ray is the Glorian, our totally splendorous being, and the intimate becomes a splitting of the Glorian, and at the same time a concept of the Glorian, a concept of what it wants to be within the cosmos. These ideas must be deeply understood by the intuition. To understand the Absolute, one must know oneself deeply. The Absolute is within oneself, and the Absolute is deeply individual, for the Absolute is the Glorian. Whoever invokes the great angel Adonai will realize that he has already united with the Glorian. When invoking this sublime being, the first thing that appears before the clairvoyant is the ineffable golden ray of Adonai, and then, from that same ray, comes the great angel of light with his golden tunic and his great bands of luminous gold, which fall from his head to his feet. The aura of Adonai is full of light and music. The angel Adonai gave me a large gold medallion with a large chain. This medallion allows me to handle universal vibrations. However, despite being so glorious, this angel, and despite having already united with his glory, he still does not have the right to remain in the Absolute, because he has not yet freed himself from the laws of nature. And there are gods as colossal as the god Sirius, who rules 18 million constellations, and yet is still a slave to the laws of nature, and has not yet gained for that reason the right to dwell definitively in the Absolute. And even the highest gods are in danger of falling. Only one has passed beyond all danger when he has freed himself from the laws of nature and has definitively entered the Absolute. When a very high initiate yearns to break with the laws of nature in order to enter the Absolute, tempting gods appear who fear losing their hierarchy, and offer the aspirant to make him governor of certain areas of the universe so that he cannot free himself. These tempting gods are 1,000 times more dangerous than humans. Almost all of these gods dwell in the marvelous ocean of light called the Forbidden Ring. True happiness is only found when one definitively enters into the Absolute. As long as man is a slave to the laws of nature, he cannot be totally happy. For nature is a terribly kind mother, but also truly cruel and merciless. Let us observe the maelstrom of the jungle and we will understand that nature is sustained by tremendous sacrifices, and if we penetrate into the first hall of nirvana, or the first sub-plane of nirvana, speaking in theosophical language, we will see there the temple of the gods, where all of them are crucified. And in reality, dear reader, the cosmos is sustained by Golgothas and crosses and crosses. I know all the 7 halls of nirvana, and I can assure you that all these gods are happy, but they aspire to one day enter the Absolute, because that is the supreme aspiration of all the gods. The Absolute is beyond the spirit and beyond matter, but the Absolute is the cause of both. The Absolute is not fire, but it is the cause of fire. The Absolute is a splendorous light that, since we do not understand it, we call it darkness because too much light blinds us. The Absolute is beyond good and evil. The Absolute is beyond time and space, beyond number, limit or form, beyond reason and intuition, beyond this or that, side by side, relation or quantity. The Absolute is beyond silence or sound and the ears to perceive it. The Absolute is the non-being, which is the real being. We call it non-being because it is being, in a way so strange for us and so alien to our way of understanding life, that we call it non-being precisely because we do not understand it. We come out of the Absolute without a soul, and we return to the Absolute with a diamond soul, and the Master's tunic girded around our loins. The Absolute is composed of breaths or rays. There are rays that have a soul, and there are rays that do not yet have one. The breaths that have a soul are conscious of their own glory, and of their own being, and happiness. And these are the gods who have already freed themselves from the laws of nature, and live in the most inconceivable happiness for a human being. And the rays or breaths that do not have a soul, do not know themselves, nor are they conscious of their own glory. Their consciousness is that of the Absolute, but they cannot yet say, I am the Absolute. To do so, they first need to descend into the cosmic garden and obtain a diamond soul. The Absolute is a sower who sows his seeds in the garden of cosmicity, and when the great cosmic night arrives, he collects its already ripe fruits, and with them he becomes even richer, in eternity. In each cosmic night, the Absolute is more absolutely perfect, and in each cosmic day the Infinite is more infinitely perfect. The Absolute is our true home, from where we one day left, and where one day we will return dressed in the robes of masters of the cosmos. There we will live infinitely happy, among the powerful wisdom of darkness. Praise be to our saint, Glorian. Forever and ever, Amen. This one who appears crucified with his head pointing down and his feet pointing up is Yahweh, the master instructor of the supreme pontiff of the Roman Catholic Church. Yahweh crucified Christ and supported the Roman Catholic Church for 20 centuries. Now he is tied to a heavy, rough wooden cross full of spikes that hurt him horribly. His crown is made of iron with spikes that pierce his head. As seen in the engraving, some flames of fire scorch and burn him terribly. The Pope declared the year 1950 a holy year, because the year 1950 is the year of Yahweh, 1950 is the year of the devil. The number 15 is in Kabbalah, Typho Baphomet, that is, the devil. 1950 added to 15. The Pope is troubled because Yahweh and his legions have been imprisoned in the abyss. Now the Roman religion will fall irremediably, because Yahweh can no longer support it. The Pope and his conclave of cardinals know this, but the people and the priests do not know it. The Pope hides all this from them. This secret is very sacred to the Pope, and no priest is allowed to know these things. Yahweh will remain on his cross until the age of the goat, Capricorn. Yahweh is the black crucified of the eighth sphere. Yahweh is a fallen angel. He is the genius of evil, the devil. The Pope is the Antichrist. The astral body is much more sensitive than the physical body, and that is why Yahweh's sufferings are terrible. All flags, all beliefs, all schools, religions and sects fell into the hands of Yahweh. He ruled them. Let us break away from all these cages, and seek Christ in our hearts. Neither theosophy nor Rosicrucianism nor spiritualism can bring us happiness, because all of this is from Yahweh. The black magicians will write a book to counteract and refute this book that the White Lodge sends to humanity, but they will fail because Yahweh is crucified. The materialistic pigs will laugh at this picture because they only believe in filth and just as pigs are flattered by mud and mire, and like the donkey they only believe in grass because they see it. They are only interested in liquor, pleasures, stuffing themselves and cohabiting. In this they have gone over to the beasts, and for this reason they only believe in meat, fat and lard. They will all fall under the terrible edge of the sword of cosmic justice. I do not care about the mockery of these pigs, for them I have the soul of an apostle. They will die under the ruins of the great cities of the world. With the Third World War, the United States will receive its punishment, and all the gold of its banks will be turned into ashes. Of New York there will be nothing left but its ruins. The one you see here crucified was the one responsible for the failure of human evolution. What does the laughter of the materialistic pigs matter? We know that they are his most faithful followers and his most fanatical defenders, because they follow Yahweh, not Christ. They love what Christ condemned: riches, fornication, vanity, ostentation, concupiscence, adultery, slander, theft, opulence, and all that range of qualities to which the materialist aspires without faith or heart. The storm will be unleashed, and the great horror will worship Yahweh in the abyss. The great skyscrapers of New York will fall under the terrible sword of cosmic justice like houses of cards. They will crush the human beasts and then they will tremble before the majesty of God. Are the black magicians of the AMORC School of California believing that with their mantram, are they going to be purified? They are believing that the lost word is matra? Poor fools. Are those with the title Adeptus believing? Exentus, those of the 4th grade with their little password, Regulus, who are truly adepts? Are the 6th graders with their password, Zokas, thinking they are doing very well? The AMORC disciples in the first black initiation became slaves of the guardian of the threshold. Poor slaves of Yahweh, Veritas will not save you from the abyss. Woe to you! Know that the guardian of the threshold is the beast within. You become slaves of that beast in the first black initiation when you invoke it before the mirror. You are being deceived by the black magicians, poor disciples of AMORC. The black magician bases his power on the guardian of the threshold, on the internal beast. The white magician bases his power on the intimate, and places under his feet the guardian of the threshold, the internal beast. The founding imperator of AMORC is in Avicii, between weeping and gnashing of teeth. To the abyss! To the abyss! To the abyss! Chapter 12 The Initiation. Beginners in sexual magic should practice this act in a vertical position, standing. This position prevents seminal spillage in the beginner. The man will place the 3 fingers of his right hand, thumb, index and middle on the woman's coccyx or sacral bone, massaging from bottom to top along the spinal column with the intention of making the kundalini rise upwards towards the head. The woman will do the same with the man using the 3 fingers, index, thumb and middle. The masters Maitreya, Maurya and KH taught this to the chelas of the temple. The guru instructed the disciples objectively with a vestal from the temple, proving to them that with the horizontal position one is more prone to spillage and with the vertical one this danger is greatly avoided. The temple has 11,000 vestals who are the 11,000 virgins of the Temple of Cuzco, Upper Peru, which the soldiers of the conquistador Pizarro vainly tried to rape. Beginners can only practice sexual magic at dawn on Thursdays and Fridays. He who wishes to receive initiation must learn to consciously go out in the astral body and practice sexual magic. Initiation is not for sleepers or fornicators. I know thousands of Rosicrucians and Theosophists who are very well educated, but unfortunately they are no more than theorists. Theory, theory and more theory, and in conclusion, nothing. With infinite pain I see that my Theosophist brothers have gone astray and have ended up with nothing more than pure theory. The Rosicrucians are doing a little better, but they also need to be more practical. And as Goethe said, all theory is gray and only the tree of golden fruit that is life is green. Initiation is not a question of theories but of realities. Absolutely practical. The first thing that is needed is to awaken the consciousness. It happens that human beings during the hours of sleep, when they are not in the physical body, wander through the astral, completely asleep, and are occupied with the same things as during the day. Those who are asleep are not good for initiation. I know hundreds of Theosophists and Rosicrucians who do nothing but lie asleep, and even if they pay dues and read books and appear authoritarian to others, they are, deep down, nothing but poor sleepers. So, the first thing that is needed is to awaken consciousness, and for this there is a need to cultivate discernment. For example, if you, dear reader, while reading this book, saw an elephant or a crocodile enter your house, wouldn't that seem strange to you? Would you be so oblivious that it wouldn't even occur to you to look into this curious monstrosity? Would you remain asleep? If you are really such an unconscious individual, then you are not fit to be an initiate. For a disciple of the masters, upon seeing something so strange, like an elephant or a crocodile entering the house, or a dead person, or a mysterious artifact, or simply any curious thing, the first thing he does is ask himself, where am I? Am I in the physical world, or in the astral world? Naturally, the neophyte must jump with the intention of flying, and it is logical that if he floats, it is because he is in the astral world, and then full of joy he awakens in that world and heads to the children's room, or to the Gnostic church, where the masters teach and help him. Many times a beautiful sunset, or the encounter with a deceased person, or simply any insignificant detail are enough for the chela to ask himself this question: will I be on the physical plane or will I be on the astral plane? This exercise is called discernment, and one must become accustomed to it, practicing it during waking hours so that it is engraved in the subconscious, and acts during sleep. And so comes the moment when the human being acquires continuous consciousness, and then he is already an initiate of the White Lodge. Are you believing that WEOR or these third-degree black magicians going to be of much use to them? Are these third-degree black magicians really thinking that their little password, BO, is a big deal? Here I am referring to the disciples of AMORC who have been taught that with these little words, they find the path to such initiation. Initiation is not a matter of correspondence courses. It is necessary to awaken the consciousness and to submit to the initiatory tests. The first test that the disciple has to endure is the test of the guardian of the threshold. This test is truly horrible, indeed. The unprepared feels unspeakable terror before the larva of the threshold. The guardian of the threshold is the very root of our animal, I, whose mantric name is Satan. It is, better said, the inner depth of our Satan. It is the personification of our past, with all its horrible defects. We carry this aspect of the threshold within ourselves, and in the inner worlds the disciple sees all things through this animal self, that is, he sees all things tinted with the color of his own personality, and therefore he does not see things as they are, but tinted with the color of his personal atmosphere. But once the disciple is able to travel consciously in the astral body, he can and must invoke the specter of the threshold, and then this being within comes out and presents itself threateningly before the disciple. This is preceded by a breeze of death. The disciple bravely faces the specter of the threshold, and through courage and the terrible force of love he will defeat the monster, which will flee defeated. And from that moment on, the disciple is left alone, illuminating himself with his own light, for the light that once illuminated him has abandoned him, and now he has to be illuminated by his own spiritual oil. Before, he was illuminated by the spirit of his race, family and nation. Now these spirits have abandoned him and the disciple becomes more master of himself, but he has also acquired more responsibility before the cosmic laws. This monster was created by the disciple through his countless past reincarnations. And now it is his duty to beautify it. The guardian of the threshold becomes more beautiful little by little, as we beautify our animal self, or Satan. Our animal self feeds on our own defects, and as we remove those defects that nourish it, it becomes smaller and more beautiful, and the guardian of the threshold, which is the inner depths of that Satan, like a mirror of that animal self, becomes more beautiful little by little, until it becomes a child full of radiant beauty. Then we will have joined with the innermost, and that guardian of the threshold will join with us again, and will become a body of memories. The guardian of the threshold of the angel Adonai has the appearance of a child of extraordinary beauty. When the disciple fails the terrible test, he becomes a slave to the terrible monster and his spiritual progress is terribly delayed. But if, filled with courage, he defeats the horrible monster, then a metallic noise resounds in space that makes the universe tremble. And the disciple is received in the children's hall by the College of Initiates, who with great joy and delightful music celebrate the new disciple who has set his foot firmly on the path. From that moment onwards the disciple sees things as they are, and not tinted with the colors of his own personality. He becomes an experienced researcher of the supersensible worlds. Later comes the second test, called the test of the great guardian of the world threshold. This test is even more terrible than the first, and the unprepared feel unspeakable terror in the presence of this second guardian. The disciple must invoke this guardian when he feels properly prepared, in order to avoid failure. The presence of the great guardian of the world threshold is preceded by an icy breeze, and it is the characteristic wind of evocations, so well known to magicians. The disciple bravely faces this guardian and defeats him in the name of the Christ. As the great guardian of the world threshold withdraws, a metallic sound will resound through space, announcing the triumph of the test. The victorious disciple will then be received in the children's hall, where his triumph will be celebrated with delightful music. And after this test, the veil of Ahriman will be completely torn and the disciple will become a citizen of the cosmos. Then he will realize exactly who the great guardian of the world threshold is, and then he will contemplate with astonishment that behind this monster Maitreya is hidden, fulfilling his duty as guardian of paradise. That luminous being will only allow the disciple to dwell in nirvana when the disciple has already sacrificed himself totally for humanity. The disciple will therefore have to drain the cup of pain to the last drop to have the right to dwell in nirvana. The disciple will have to become an imitator of Christ and give his life for humanity, sacrifice himself as he sacrificed himself, and love humanity as he loved it. He who after this test does not become an imitator of Christ becomes a black magician. Of course, the disciple may visit in his astral body, or in his physical, mental or causal body, or in any of his 7 vehicles, any of the 7 halls of nirvana, or even the majestic temple of the forbidden ring, but he can only stay there when he has already totally sacrificed himself for humanity. We note in passing that the Theosophists with their famous Maya-Barupa are totally wrong in claiming that only with this famous Maya-Barupa can one visit the different cosmic planes. The intimate is a king and lord of the universe, and therefore is not conditioned by any cosmic plane. He can become visible and tangible in any cosmic plane. He has free access to all departments of the kingdom. And even with a physical body one can go to nirvana. Heindel is wrong when he maintains that only with the body of the divine spirit can one travel through interplanetary systems. I promise to take with your astral body, or with your physical body in the state of jhanas, to any chela, either to nirvana, or to the forbidden ring, or to any distant planet of infinity. The chela who wants to be convinced, let him invoke me on WEOR, from my temple, called on WEOR Temple, and I will take him wherever he wants, and in whatever body he wants. For this I do not need any theosophical Maya-Barupa. Another very serious error of Heindel is to affirm that only he who has reached the first initiation of major mysteries can penetrate the interior of the earth, that is, to its very center. I, on WEOR, undertake to take any simple chela to the temple that is located in the heart of the earth, for there are certain astral paths for this that I know very well. And after this little digression, let us return to the subject of this chapter. Once the disciple has passed the tests of the 2 guardians, he will have to be put through the fire. The disciple will have to pass the 3rd test, called the test of the hall of fire. This fiery hall would frighten the unprepared, but the properly prepared disciple will stand bravely in the flames, and then will be received in the hall of children, where a great party will be held. These are the 3 fundamental tests to enter the path. In the children's hall, the masters take the form of children, to tell the disciple that until he is like a child, he will not be able to enter the kingdom of heaven. That is why the ancient initiates were called children. The brothers of the Theosophical Society commit a terrible and very serious error by despising the astral body, because that brilliant suit is the body of initiations, and it is our crestos through which we achieve high initiation. Within the astral body are enclosed the mind, the will, the consciousness and life, as within a sacred case. Man is sevenfold, but we Gnostics synthesize it into a tremendous reality of body, soul and spirit. Initiation is not a matter of theories, nor of paying fees. It is simply a matter of practicing sexual magic and training in the astral. The magician must have a strong and powerful self and a robust and powerful personality. Theosophical impersonalisms only lead to degeneration. The initiate must always live heroically, and always victorious, like Rabelais heroes. No weaknesses. The initiate must be an omnipotent and divine Superman. The initiate must be humble and wise. The initiate must be totally practical. The initiate must always live alert and vigilant like a lookout in times of war. The initiate, wherever he goes, must leave sparks of light and joy. The Gospel of St. John gives extraordinary importance to the I. He repeats the word I 7 times. I am the bread, I am the light, I am the good shepherd, I am the door, I am the resurrection, I am the way, the truth and the life, I am the vine. Each one of these 7, I am, is preceded by a hidden mantra of great power. We must cultivate ourself, and have a strong and robust personality, since the latter becomes the clothing of our I. Man must have the 4 characteristics of the Sphinx: the claws of the lion, courage and nobility; the tenacity of the ox, represented by the legs of the ox; the wings of the eagle, these are the wings of the spirit and intelligence of man, represented by the head of the Sphinx. Man must be calm in the face of the worst enemies. Man must be tenacious in his purposes, and not faint in the face of the obstacles and inconveniences that come his way. Man must have the majesty of the eagle in order not to succumb to the worst failures. Man must develop his intelligence in order to know how to adapt to all the circumstances of life without any difficulty. And when man has developed the 4 characteristics of the Sphinx, then he is ready to pass the 4 tests of earth, fire, water and air. Through these 4 tests the morality of the disciple is tested. This is, therefore, a symbolic test, which corresponds exactly to the morality of the disciple. He who has not developed serenity will not be able to pass the test of fire. He who succumbs to financial failure will not be able to pass the test of air. He who has not developed altruism and adaptability to life will not be able to pass the test of water. He who has not learned to be tenacious will not be able to pass the test of earth either. The Sphinx is man himself. Man must have the wings of the eagle, the intelligence of man, the claws of the lion and the tenacity of the ox. These 4 characteristics of the Sphinx enable man to pass the 4 tests of earth, fire, water and air. The already prepared disciple asks the masters of the White Lodge for the 4 tests, and they give them to him to test his morality. They may give them all in a row, or they may give them little by little, that is, one by one, in successive order. He who does not know how to be calm cannot pass the test of fire, because during this test the disciple is persecuted, insulted and sacrificed to the utmost. And it is logical that if the disciple lets himself be carried away by anger, he will react violently against his enemies, and the result of this will be failure in the test. And also that without having developed calmness, he will inevitably be horrified by fire. Therefore it is necessary to have learned to overcome anger. The angry person cannot pass the test of fire. He who fears the abyss will not be able to pass the test of air. It is logical that an individual who is still driven by despair in the face of economic or any other failure will fail the test of air, will tremble with horror at seeing himself thrown into the depths of an abyss. He who has not learned to be altruistic and to adapt to the difficult circumstances of existence will be filled with horror at the danger of drowning during the trial of water. And he who has not learned to be tenacious and to take advantage of the worst inconveniences will tremble with horror when he sees 2 gigantic mountains closing in on him to crush him. These are the 4 tests of earth, fire, water and air. After each test, the disciple is received in the children's hall, where the candidate's triumph is celebrated with delightful, ineffable music. In ancient times, these tests were passed in the physical world, and many candidates for initiation perished tragically. Today, these tests are passed in the astral, but sometimes they are also passed in the physical world. I repeat again that life is the school where the faculties necessary for initiation are acquired, because initiation is life itself. But the examination is symbolic, and if the individual is prepared, he passes these tests with flying colors. Through them we can see if the individual has already acquired in life the necessary faculties for chelado or discipleship, or if he still lacks something. When the disciple has passed the 4 tests of earth, water, air and fire, he is then entitled to ask the masters for the cloak of an accepted disciple of the White Lodge. The masters give him this cloak, and it distinguishes him in the midst of the cosmos as a chela of the White Lodge. The disciple is then placed under the orders of the White Lodge, and if the disciple wishes to progress he must obey and reverence the masters. Later comes the time when the disciple is ready to receive the first initiation of minor mysteries. There are 9 initiations of minor mysteries before reaching the first initiation of major mysteries, in which the soul unites with the intimate. Each initiation has its degrees, and each degree has its tests. There are 7 mystery sanctuaries, of which the Rosy Cross is one of them. These sanctuaries are internal. There is also the Sanctuary of Mayan Mysteries, one of whose temples is located in the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, Colombia. The Indian Nalgi belongs to it. Ingala and many other initiated Indians, on WEOR, belong to the Sanctuary of Egyptian Mysteries. And there is also the Sanctuary of Oriental Mysteries, that is, the Sanctuary of Mysteries of the Oriental Ray, and the Mystery Sanctuary of Atlantis and the Mystery Sanctuary of Lemuria, etc., etc. In the Rosy Cross there are many individuals affiliated with institutions of the physical world, false institutions, trading houses, because the authentic Rosy Cross is in the astral, it is internal. These physical classrooms known as societies are Rosy Cross lodges, and yet such individuals are not really Rosy Crosses because no one knows to which ray they belong until they know how to travel consciously in the astral body. Precisely when the disciple receives the cloak of Chela of the White Lodge, together with the cloak he is given a sacred jewel, which represents exactly the ray to which he belongs. Only then does the disciple come to know which ray he belongs to and which is his sanctuary. And the initiatic degrees are received in the sanctuary of mysteries to which he belongs, but the initiations are received in the Holy Gnostic Church. During the 9 initiations of minor mysteries, the disciple will have to live the entire passion of our Divine Master Christ. One of the most difficult tests is the so-called Doreen test, because during this test the disciple will have to prove his chastity to the maximum, in the flesh and in the face of the most terrible temptations. This test is passed on the physical plane. Another test that is also very difficult to pass is the so-called test of justice, because in it one must live like Christ before Pilate and Caiaphas. The disciple will see himself accused by his dearest and most appreciated friends before the judges of the court of justice, and if he protests it is because he still needs to prepare himself. During these 9 initiations, the disciple will have to pass terrible tests, and the disciple will have to represent the entire drama of Golgotha, personally, because the path of Golgotha is the path of initiation. Narrow is the gate and difficult is the road that leads to life, and very few are those who find it. The path of initiation is a path of thorns and pain. The initiate will have to be tortured, spat upon and humiliated. The initiate will have to be whipped and will also have to kiss the executioner's whip. He who hates his enemies, he who is not capable of kissing the executioner's whip, he who protests before his accusers and slanderers, will not be able to reach high initiation. To reach high initiation, we must take on the whole doctrine of the Master in flesh and blood. The proud, the vain, the fornicator, the thief, the adulterer, the sorcerer, the criminal, the slanderer, etc., are not fit to be initiated. For the high initiation we have to become totally pure like children. How can the miser and the selfish person reach high initiation, that is, union with the innermost? How can he reach high initiation who does not venerate his superiors? How can he reach high initiation who has no problem destroying the bodies of his fellow men, that is, the criminal? How can he reach high initiation who is not capable of doing a work of charity to anyone? No, dear reader, listen carefully. If you really want to reach the high initiation one day, you must really resolve to resolutely follow the path that Christ showed us. It is not enough to say, Lord, Lord, I love you. Lord, Lord, I follow you. No, dear reader, that is not enough. We must prove that we are really Christians, and true Christians, not just in name. We must make the whole doctrine of the Master flesh and blood within us. If you, dear reader, are such a weak and incapable man, who does not feel resolved to follow the path of Christ and make flesh and blood of the Master's doctrine, then it is better that you do not dedicate yourself to these studies, because the most you would achieve would be to become a black magician. These studies are for those who are determined, and truly determined, to kiss the executioner's whip and sacrifice themselves for humanity. I know individuals of great power, who are bandits and criminals. Those poor beings are naturally black magicians. 3 things are indispensable for high initiation: holiness, sexual magic, and training in the astral. After the disciple has successfully passed the test called Doreen, the candidate is handed over to a master of the White Lodge, to be helped in the awakening of the Kundalini and in the union with the innermost. This is after the 9th initiation of minor mysteries. And also after the 9th initiation, the stigmata are given to the candidate according to his merits. And, as we have already said, each one of these stigmata has its tests, and the disciple will have to pass all the tests of each one of the stigmata to receive them, little by little. The stigmata will allow man to enter and leave his physical body, in the etheric body, whenever he wants, and in all this the mantra, INRI, contains a tremendous secret, which I cannot reveal. Man was united with his innermost when he was in a state of paradise, but unfortunately the Lucifers made us lose paradise. These black magicians called the Lucifers are the cause of so much pain. They are the cause of our misfortune. I cannot understand how such clairvoyant men as Steiner and Max Heindel make the grave mistake of going so far as to claim that thanks to the Lucifers we acquired independence and wisdom. Any clairvoyant who confers with Lucifer, the chief of the Lucifers, in the astral, will be convinced of the terrible error that Max Heindel and Steiner made. Lucifer is an active member of the Black Lodge. Lucifer is a black magician by doctrine and religious conviction. Lucifer is a cosmocrator, a demon. The angels would have given man wisdom, omniscience, and personal independence, without man having to leave the bliss of paradise. The afflicted and tragic humanity of the earth suffered a great planetary evolutionary failure, caused by the Lucifers. And that is why the solar Logos himself had to come to this earth to save fallen humanity. The earth had to receive extra help. This was a special case on our planet. For anyone who travels in the astral body to Venus or Mercury, or Mars or any other planet in our solar system, will be astonished to see their humanities who live in a paradisiacal state, and who have never fallen from that beautiful state. The Master did not need to go to those planets, because those planets have never fallen into the misfortune that we have fallen into. The angels wanted to do with the humanity of Earth the same thing that they did with Venus. Man, who was previously a hermaphrodite, needed to build a brain and throat, and it is logical that to do so he had to retain some of his creative energy to use it to build those organs that were indispensable for his evolution, in such a way that man could no longer externalize the 2 poles to create as before, since previously reproduction was carried out by means of spores. This during the polar and Hyperborean epochs, something similar to the reproduction of plants. But then, at the beginning of the Lemurian epoch, it was necessary for man to create a brain, and since he could only externalize 1 pole, it is logical that sexual cooperation became necessary to create. And the angel's plan was that once the brain and larynx were created, man would again direct the 2 poles of his creative energy upwards, just as he had before. And just like the angels, it is clear that then man would have become like them. A creator god, a hermaphrodite being capable of creating with words and without needing to go through the terrible sufferings he is going through now. Man would not have needed to leave paradise. Man was taken out of paradise by the black magicians. They threw him into pain. Now man has no choice but initiation to return to paradise. Whoever visits the star Venus in the astral body will realize that Venusian humanity fully submitted to the plan of the angels, and without having to lose the paradisiacal state, acquired self-independence and wisdom. The humanity of Venus follows the path of the perfect matrimony, and is therefore completely happy. The Venusians will soon have reached the hermaphrodite state again, and will then have risen to the stature of angels. When the disciple reaches the high initiation, he no longer needs marriage, because he has already married the eternal beloved, the intimate, and he will be a perfect hermaphrodite, a master. Then he will rise to the point of feeling all the delights of love without carnal contact. Then he will be a creator God. Then he will live in perfect plenitude and will have passed beyond the human state. Upon reaching the Golgotha of initiation, the physical body will be consumed by the sacred fire, like a sacred holocaust on the altar of the intimate. Then will come the disembodiment and resurrection, and then the initiate will exclaim with a powerful voice, "Consummatum is." Conclusion. I have finished the book The Perfect Marriage. Never in his life had any initiate dared to draw back the terrible veil of the sanctum sanctorum before the eyes of the profane. But the most serious hour in history has arrived, and there is no time to lose. The age of Aquarius is approaching, and man will have to decide whether to be an angel or a demon, an eagle or a reptile. I, on WEOR, am only an instrument of the White Lodge. It is the White Lodge that has inspired me in this work, and I am sure that if the disciple studies this book, and makes it flesh and blood in himself, he will reach union with the innermost, and become king and priest of the universe, according to the order of Melchizedek. It is not enough to read this book, there is a need to study it and meditate on it deeply. There is a need to make it flesh and blood of our life. There is a need to practice strictly and to the letter all its teachings. For certain pseudo-spiritualists, paragons of purity and wisdom, this book will be something immoral, something, if you will, perverse. For others who are not yet mature enough, this book will be nonsense and nothing more. But for the called, for the chosen, for the truly prepared, this book will be something sublime, grand, pure, ideal, ethical and divine, because it is the key to all initiations and the key to all powers. In this book the path of the domestic home is taught and illuminated. Many books have been written about the path of the mystic, and about the path of the yogi, but never before has anything been written about the path of the domestic home. There are three paths that lead to the inner self: the path of the mystic, the path of the yogi, and the path of the domestic home. In this book I am only concerned with the latter because it is the most practical. We all live in a community, and a book was needed that would show us the path of initiation, within the very intimacy of the home. Many disciples wanted to isolate themselves from the world to devote themselves to the practices of yoga, according to the studies of Eastern Theosophy. Others wished to follow the mystical lives of Thomas A. Kempis and Francis of Assisi, or Anthony of Padua, in order to one day reach union with the inner self. But neither of them have been able to achieve this longed-for divine aspiration, because the environment with all its duties and obligations, within the hectic life in which we live, completely prevented them from isolating themselves from the world to follow the path of the perfect mystic, or the ascetic yogi. There was, therefore, a lack of a book that would illuminate the path of the domestic home for humanity. There was a lack of a book that would teach us to find initiation within our own social life, and in the very intimacy of the home, under the sweet shelter of our house. It was my task to fulfill that mission, and I have written this book with the sole desire that everyone finds the path of initiation, within the same environment in which they live. I know thousands of theosophists, Rosicrucians and spiritualists who long to reach the light, but who are ultimately nothing more than poor theorists, who pay dues and read books without making any progress. For redemption lies exclusively in the wise use of our creative power. And so an individual can grow old studying theosophical theories and listening to Rosicrucian lectures with the absolute certainty that he has not taken a step forward on the path of initiation. For as long as man is cohabiting like an animal, he is wasting his time miserably. If the student of occultism really wants to reach the highest initiation, he must resolve himself totally to follow the path of the mystic, or the path of yoga, or that of the perfect matrimony. These are the only three paths that will lead him to union with the innermost. But it is impossible to follow the path of yoga completely by breathing the dirty air of the cities. He who really wants to be a yogi must completely withdraw from all cities. He must isolate himself in the deepest forests to successfully perform his breathing exercises. Because in a city he is only breathing atoms of the secret enemy. Even the city parks are full of the polluted atoms of the city. And breathing exercises from time to time in some forest are of little use. So, let him who wants to live the path of yoga resolve to live the life of a hermit in some remote forest, because in the city it is impossible. Others love mysticism, but live doing business and fighting for existence. How can they be perfect mystics like that? To truly emulate Anthony of Padua or Francis of Assisi, one needs to lead the ascetic life that they led, because otherwise one is wasting one's time. So that path is almost impossible in these cities and in these times in which we live. I know a great many theosophists, spiritualists, Rosicrucians and fornicating mystics, who are shameful and only arouse pity, because they all claim to despise the world and its vanities, and yet they cohabit like beasts, and suffer and weep like everyone else, but make no progress, precisely because of their lack of sexual orientation. I know of many theosophists who are horrified at the mere mention of the word sex. They are accustomed to thinking that sex is something vulgar and unworthy, and their faces blush at the mere mention of it. Yet they themselves have no qualms about indulging in sexual pleasures with their spouse, thereby desecrating sex, which is the very force with which God created the world. These paragons of purity do not realize that sex is holy, that they live for sex, and that they are children of the sexual relationship of a man and a woman. If they have a body, it is precisely because of sex that they look upon with horror and which causes them to blush. If they have a physical body that allows them to evolve and progress today, they owe it precisely to that which they are so ashamed of, and which they look upon with such disgust, that is, sex. He who is horrified when he hears of sexual magic is because he is dirty inside his heart. For as the mistress Blavatsky said, each one sees through his own atmosphere. For the pure everything is pure, and for the impure everything is impure. I know of a great number of paragons of wisdom who, upon hearing about sexual magic, argue against it, saying that it is harmful to health, that it is impossible, etc. To them I will say that we Gnostics practice sexual magic daily, and that we all enjoy splendid health, since no Gnostic looks sick. We Gnostics reach a very advanced age completely young, because the famous elixir of long life is semen, and through sexual magic, man rejuvenates himself daily. Of course, the disciple will have to get used to sexual magic little by little, and the day will come when his virile member will fully adapt to this new sexual activity, and then this practice will be his normal daily act, and after this act he will be totally satisfied and full of life and joy. The individual who is sick in his sexual organs must first be cured, and then he can surrender himself to sexual magic. This book therefore comes to fill a need of the times, which is to illuminate the path of the domestic home, so that human beings may approach their inner God, without the need to isolate themselves from the world, or abandon their home or their children. I am therefore satisfied with my work, and although I know that critics will mock it and pseudo-spiritualists will ridicule it, my book is going to the battlefield, because I know very well that time will do justice. Because this book will be the foundation on which the age of Aquarius will be built. Neither Krishnamurti with all his metaphysical nihilisms, nor modern theosophy with all its theories will be able to enlighten humanity, nor regenerate it, because humanity will only be enlightened and regenerated by the heat of sex, and the joy of intense and profound love, because the desire to want is our only happiness. We left paradise through the door of sex, and we will have to return to paradise through that same door, because there is a hidden rule that says that we have to come back through the same way we left. Hahnemann says, similarity similibus curantur, that is, like cures like. If sex took us out of paradise, sex will have to bring us back to paradise. Let us cultivate the sanctity of sex in our homes. Let us love men and women with intensity and wisdom. Let us beautify our lives with music, joy, kisses and dance. Let us love the good and we will achieve the awakening of the Kundalini and the union with the innermost forever. And then raising our glass, let us pray. I, AUN WEOR, in the name of the White Lodge, open the doors of the Holy Gnostic Church to all humanity without distinction of race, creed, caste or color. Christ, the divine Rabbi of Galilee, head of our church, said, ask, and it will be given to you. Knock, and it will be opened to you. May peace be with all humanity. Even WEOR, the triumphal march of the Gnostic, the eternal wedding of the soul with its spirit, the union of the soul with the intimate. I'm celebrating my love. Tonight is our wedding. I'm celebrating my love. I am dressed in silver. Do you remember my sweet serenades? I alone love you. You are my God and I am your singing siren. I'm celebrating my love. The lamb says to the wife, come. And I come to you. The wife says to the lamb, come. And he comes like this. I'm celebrating my love, and the married couple kiss each other in the nuptial bed of paradise. He lulls her with his tenderness, and she, like a submissive child, he throws himself at his feet with her blonde hair. I'm celebrating my love. Do you remember your promises? I can't forget you. I adore you. You are my lover, and I am your throbbing siren. You can't leave me tonight, because it is a holy night. You can't leave me tonight, because it is a silver night. I'm celebrating my love. I am the siren that sings. I was unfaithful to you in the past, and now I'm sorry. Kiss me. I am your eternal fiancé. You love me and I adore you. You are my very life. I'm celebrating my love. Our wedding ceremony has arrived. The perfume of the temple intoxicates me, and the heavens shake with a triumphal march. I'm celebrating my love. I am royally dressed. Wrap me in your cloak, and give me the rod, that I am your fiancé. A triumphant and delightful march. It shakes the divine realms. And he says, come, and she says come. And both between diamond rays. They are one, at the wedding feast of paradise. I'm celebrating my love, by AUN WEOR. The Perfect Marriage OR The Gateway to Initiation 1. Preface 1. Prologue 10. Introduction 14. Chapter 1 Degree Love 20. Chapter 2 Degrees 23. Chapter 3 The Great Battle 27. Chapter 4 Degrees The Seven Churches 47. Chapter 5 Joy, Music, Dance and Kiss 71. Chapter 6 Gaio 74. Chapter 7 2 Rituals 82. Chapter 8 The Two Marys 94. Chapter 9 Reincarnation and Karma 96. Chapter 10 Flying Spheres 111. Chapter 11 The Absolute 114. Chapter 12 Initiation 120. Conclusion 134. 02000.